My sister and I were reminiscing on our favourite childhood memories when I decided to tell her about the creatures I used to think I saw behind our old house. She told me she saw the exact same things. Both of our stories lined up so perfectly that it actually freaked us out, and we had to stop talking about it. Several years ago, we were in northwestern Oregon. We've since moved states. We lived in St. Helens, in a house with a huge wooded area behind it. We always played and explored back there. When I was back there, sometimes I would see movement in the corner of my vision. Whenever I would look over to see what it was, I would see one of these things. I never really saw them at the same time. The first one was tall, dark, and super lanky. It walked on all fours and just looked sickly. When I turned to look at it, it would freeze in place, then just bolt further into the forest. It looked leathery, with only a little bit of hair on its legs and neck. It always looked like it had a big ears or antlers, but I could never tell for sure. I never saw its face. When it stood still, it had a solid shape. Whenever it bolted, it was like it lost its shape and the edges of it were constantly shifting. The second one scared me even more. It had the same lanky legs and walked on all fours, but the body was disproportionately larger than the legs. It also looked like it had more hair than the other one. I would always see it just before or after the first one I described. It also had the same weird ears or antlers, but it was always standing somewhere dark. Unlike the first one, which always seemed to not mind light as long as there was lots of trees. I never saw it move. It would just stand there when I saw it and disappear when I blinked or looked away. I also saw this one's face, and it had these huge milky white eyes with no pupils. Sometimes I would catch it watching me from behind or between trees. They both were about the size of a large horse or something. We could also hear branches snap whenever the smaller one bolted. The first few times I saw them, I was scared shitless. Before I saw the first one, I'd always just felt a little anxious and like I was being watched. Before I saw the second one, I'd felt the same way, but would also get a strong sense of dread to go along with it. After a while, as child me got more accustomed to seeing them, I'd whisper greetings to them. They'd stick around a few seconds longer than usual whenever I did, like they could hear my whispers. Eventually, I felt more comfortable with them being there. I didn't feel the dread or fear after a few years of seeing them. Something told me not to try and get close, but as long as I respected our distance, I almost felt safer knowing they were there. I even saw the large one, because of its eyes, in the forest outside my bedroom window one night when it was raining. I told my sister all of this, and she started freaking out, saying she thought they were like weird imaginary friends. If I had to describe something that vaguely resembles them, I'd say like a cross between a deer, a bear, a large one, and a sickly wolf, a small one, and a man. Like a Wendigo almost, but not quite the same. It never seemed evil either, just scared me at first. They might have been some fucked up animals, but that doesn't feel right to me for some reason. Back in January 2022, I wanted to go on a self-healing trip due to the passing of my best friend a year prior. I have this habit of looking for untouched raw places in Google Maps using satellite view. I usually just look at it for hours, zooming in on places I think are difficult to reach, and start Googling for information about that place. And I found an island, a beautiful white sandy beach island. At least that's what it looked like from satellite view. I'll not disclose this island's name because I want to keep it a secret from tourists in hope that it won't be exploited into a tourist island so I can return one day to enjoy its beauty once again. I had several more options, but I fell in love with this one just from the satellite image. I'm a dive master who has lived several years on several beautiful islands, so I can at least tell you that this island is perfect. It's a small island, approximately 0.83 kilometers squared, no high terrain, and it's protected by some sort of wave breakers and sandbanks, just about 300 meters from the shore, making the beach safe from big waves. I was told by the locals on a nearby island that the wave breakers are new islands. I think it was formed by underwater eruptions. Anyway, I didn't find any information about the island except for one 4-year-old article, which only talked about a local professor who made a day trip to said island and said it's a beautiful island. That's it. So I started my plan to go to this island. I needed to go to the closest civilization to that island. What I needed was a flight, a 6-hour bus ride, a 12-hour ferry ride, and about 24 hours of waiting around to reach the nearby town. Or a village, because it didn't look like a town. Even getting the information about the transportation to get to that village was a headache. Several phone calls and asking the locals around. I packed my stuff, including camping gear and survival kits, and went on my journey. I reached the village, let's call it Port Village, at almost midnight. With my heavy backpacks, I walked a kilometre from the port to the village. There was no public transportation, sadly. I was very tired from the journey, so I asked around for lodging, but there were none. Yep, they don't have hotels, B&B, or lodgings, and they were quite suspicious at this man who was walking around at midnight with heavy gear. They're very wary of visitors, as they don't really have many of us. I planned to set up my camp on a field nearby, so I asked one family, thank God they were still awake, for permission, because I didn't want to alarm anyone that would see my camp in the morning. The nice family instead offered me a room to sleep for the night, free of charge. They even fed me breakfast. The next morning, I spoke to the family about my intention to go to this remote island. They didn't know much about it, and I asked if they knew any boat that I could hire to take me there, so they took me to another family. I spoke to an old lady from another family, and she said she has a cousin who has a small fishing boat, but he lives on another island. Let's call it Fish Village. So she called her cousin, the boat captain, to pick me up from the port village at noon. I thanked the lady and paid for the boat rent, and gave a little bit more of her time. While waiting, I went to buy some supplies and fill up my water jug. When I returned to this old lady's house, she offered me a cup of coffee and some snacks. We sat there and had a conversation. Some particular questions she kept repeating to me were, "Are you sure you want to go to that island?" And, "Are you not afraid to be alone on that island?" The boat captain also asked those questions to that lady over the phone. I told her that I'm used to travelling alone to uninhabited places, even in tribal areas. She didn't look so sure and had this guy is nuts look. At noon, the boat captain picked me up from the old lady's place. He told me it took about 15 minutes from his village to get to Port Village by boat. I asked how long it takes to get to the remote island. He said it takes about an hour. While walking to the port, he explained to me that it wasn't a good season to go out to the sea, and that the waves are big and often stormy. I asked if it was safe, because if not, I had to stay a month in that village to wait out for the rainy season to end. He said it's okay. He told me that some fishermen usually live on that island to fish in the fishing season for a few months, then move out once the rainy season starts. So right now, the island was empty. He explained to me where the freshwater well is located, and which part of the island I can go to get phone coverage. To my surprise, it actually caught 4G signal in a particular spot, although weak. He warned me, and sort of emphasised on it, not to go to the centre of the island or into the forest. He said, "You'd get lost and never come out. Stay on the shoreline." He also told me not to swim the sandbank. Understanding that villagers tend to be superstitious, I shrugged it off. At the port, I saw the small boat, about 5 metres long and 1.5 metres wide. It was scary, considering the dark cloud was looming over where we were heading. About 15 minutes ride, the waves were starting to go crazy. I was scared and excited at the same time. 30 minutes. It wasn't exciting anymore. The boat was experiencing a problem because the waves were big. The engine was flooded. Later, the captain told me he forgot to close some lids or something. The captain asked me to take the helm, change course and navigate the boat through the waves towards his village, while he fixed the engine and took out the water that came in the boat. He asked me if it's okay to go to the island tomorrow and just stay overnight at his village. I said that's fine. I just wanted to survive that day. It's a good thing that I'm a dive master who's been on many boats for years, so I sort of know how to navigate through a choppy sea. He asked me if I could swim. That question terrified me. About 10 minutes we dealt with that disaster, and finally the problem was fixed. He took back the helm and changed the course again toward the remote island. We rode the angry sea with me humming the Pirate of the Caribbean theme and sang Paradise by Coldplay because of Life of Pi. When we finally made it to the island, I had mixed feelings. I was relieved that we survived the storm, and I was in awe of the beauty of the island, but at the same time I felt loneliness and sadness. like I was looking at a beautiful island from the memory of my past. I boarded off with my gear, and to my surprise, the captain said he'll go home and will call me later that day. He asked me when I wanted to be picked up. I said I'd call him and let him know. Before we said goodbye, he warned me again not to go into the forest. I nodded, while thinking, it's a small island. Nobody can get lost in it. I turned around and realised that he dropped me off at the abandoned fisherman's settlement. There were around 6 to 8 small elevated huts made from woods and coconut fronds and leaflets. I picked up my gear from the beach and walked towards one of the huts and set my gear on the stairs. I looked around a bit to find a good camping spot. I looked curiously at the forest behind the settlement. It certainly gave off a strange feeling, and somehow it sent chills down my spine. I got rid of the negative thoughts and found a good camping spot. I picked up my tent and started to set it up. While setting up the tent, I heard rustling noises from the forest. At first I thought it came from some curious small animals, until it made a weird sound that I've never heard from an animal before. I thought maybe it was some kind of big flightless bird. The sound it was making felt like it came from a bird species because of how unique the noise was, like a mixed ostrich mating call with wild boar noise. But I know for a fact that ostriches don't exist in that area, and wild boars tend to avoid heavy forests. I could be wrong about the boars. The noises distracted me a couple times and I became alarmed. I tried to ignore it and finished up building my tent. It was around 4 p.m. when I looked for twigs and branches for a bonfire around the camp. The feeling of being watched was still lingering, but I tried my best to ignore it. Once I collected enough, I made a small bonfire and cooked a meal for dinner. I sat on a log at the beach in front of my camp, with headphones wrapped around my ears. The storm had passed a few hours ago. I sat there while listening to Saturn by Sleeping at Last, and enjoying the sunset and a bowl of soup in my hand. After a wonderful sunset, the bonfire seemed to die off too, and it started to rain a bit. Tired from a long journey, I wanted to restore my energy as soon as possible, to prepare for an exploration the next day. I left the embers of the bonfire and went into my tent. I turned on the light and read an e-book for a short moment to help me sleep. It was getting dark outside, and the atmosphere changed. Suddenly, the entire hair on my skin stood straight. It was so intense I couldn't ignore it. So I tried to keep my mind busy with some movies I downloaded on my phone. My thoughts went crazy. I started to see unpleasant images. I tried so hard to think about something else, pleasant things, good memories. I tried to chase the bad thoughts away, but it persisted. I started to see scary things in my head, images that at the time seemed so real, yet I can't remember what they were now. Meanwhile, the chills were so intense, I shivered, even in that hot, humid evening. So I put a pair of earphones in my ears and played the storm noise that I sometimes used to help me sleep. I closed my eyes tightly and tried to sleep through all the strange sensations I was experiencing at that moment. My feet were touching the fabric of the tent when my right foot was shoved from the outside. I was startled and drew my feet away from the edge and moved my sleeping position a bit to the centre of the tent. I thought maybe it was the water jug falling off because I put the jug exactly on the other side of where my right foot was. On the other side was the small porch of my tent, which means it was inaccessible from outside, as I closed the porch's cover as well. I'll check in the morning, I thought. I was finally able to sleep an hour later. When I woke up in the morning, the first thing I did was to check if my water jug indeed fell off. It didn't. It stayed there standing on the other side of the tent where my feet were last night. It got me curious on what might have shut me that night. A monitor lizard, which is common there, couldn't possibly do that because they're too big to slip into my tent's porch through the bottom slit without disturbances I would notice. So that remains a mystery until today. The morning was sunny and nice. The eerie atmosphere wasn't as strong as the other day, and the island looked amazingly beautiful and pristine. I decided to take a morning swim before exploring the island. My original plan was to set up camp there temporarily when I arrived, and move to the northern part the next day, because according to the satellite image, the northern part was promising views and a nice bay, although lacking fresh water source. After a swim and breakfast, I packed my small dry bag with a survival kit, and walked along the beach in the western part of the island, towards the north. I was excited to see many short coconut trees. I made a mental note to grab some coconuts on my way back to the temporary camp. While trailing the beach, I couldn't help but glance at the forest every few seconds. The forest was very thick, with various tropical vegetation. It's surprisingly quiet. No birds singing, no rustling noises made by rodents. All I heard was the gentle sound of small waves hitting the soft, white sandy beach. It was peaceful, yet haunting. Most of the northern part was covered with pine trees. I stood on a small cape and scoured the area. It's where I got phone coverage and a weak 4G signal. My friends' messages started coming in, and I checked on them and sent them pictures and videos that I made to the island. I then went to the bay and explored the area. I went into the pine forest and found a nice camping spot. The forest's atmosphere wasn't as heavy as the west part of the island, though I was still feeling cautious because of my experience the previous day. I stood still and looked around, trying to hear or see if anything was lurking in the shadows of the trees, but found nothing. I checked a satellite image of the island on my phone and found that there was some kind of marsh just a little bit to the east of the pine trees. I wasn't sure if I wanted to move to the north, very close to the marsh, and far from the fresh water source, but I didn't want to go through yesterday's terrible experience anymore. I'll decide later, I told myself. After I'd seen enough of the northern part, I returned to my camp, and I made a stop to take some of the coconuts on the way back. Back at the camp, the strange atmosphere returned, and it started to affect my mental state. I hadn't recovered from the grief of losing my friend. Even worse, the memory of me discovering her lifeless body, covered in her own blood like a scene from a gory movie, still haunts me. Sometimes it just came rushing back to my mind whenever I stopped doing any activities. Somehow, this island intensifies that terrible memory. I didn't like staying too long at the camp, so I took my mask and snorkel, made a hunting spear, and went into the sea and hunted for fish. After about half an hour, I returned to the beach without any fish and decided to go north again. In the north, I dived into the bay, and all of a sudden, a strong current dragged me towards the sandbank. I tried to fight the current and swam up the slope. I noticed that the current was heading towards this dark underwater canyon between the island and the sandbank. If I had my scuba diving gear, I'd be happy to explore that canyon. Exhausted, I walked out of the bay and sat in the shade of pine trees, watching a fisherman's boat passing by in the distance. Out of nowhere, I started to cry. I wasn't sure why. A few moments passed and I stopped crying. I picked up my things and headed back to camp, worried that the high tide would close my way back and I had to go into the forest to get back. On my way back, I saw a man near my camp taking pictures of me with his phone. I walked up to him and he smiled and greeted me. I was confused as to why there's another person on the island as it's supposed to be empty. He said he wanted to talk. I asked what about, and he just said, let's talk back at my camp. Upon reaching my camp, I saw 4 other people, including the boat captain from yesterday. This drew my curiosity and worries. Were they trying to rob me, or am I in trouble? I asked what's going on, and the first man introduced himself as the chief of Fish Village. He introduced the others, but I didn't bother to remember their names because I was anxious at the current situation. He started explaining that he was to investigate me on behalf of the sub-district head about my intention for my visit to the island. Apparently, my arrival to the sub-district and my visit to the island had been a hot topic in the whole area. I became quite famous overnight. A rumour said I was in possession of a bomb to do coral bombing. Another rumour said I was a treasure hunter who came to the island to seek its hidden treasure. And the last rumour said I was a serial killer hiding from authorities. The rumours were so ridiculous that I wanted to laugh, but I held back because I didn't want to offend the gentleman in front of me. I simply told them that I was doing research and was going to write a book about the island. The chief asked me for my ID and I showed him. He asked me nicely to come with him to the fish village. According to him, the sub-district head and the police wanted him to take me to the sub-district office, but he tried to calm them down and told them that he'd interrogate me, instead in the fish village. It's getting dark, so I packed all my stuff in my tent. I saw the gentlemen were getting uneasy, so I sped up my pace and followed them to the boat. We arrived at Fish Village in the evening, and we went straight to the chief's house. Before we started with the interview, I asked him if there's a little shop nearby that sells a can of cold soft drink. As being on the island with only coffee and fresh water, I was dying to take a sip on any flavoured drinks, especially soft drinks. He told me the shop is just down the road, so I headed out to find out. The main road of the village is just a small paved pathway. They often don't have electricity at night, so I walked in the dark. They seem to be used to walking in the dark without any lights. I found the little shop and bought a can of Sprite. It wasn't cold, but my first sip quickly turned into a big gulp. I finished the can in one go. When I returned to the chief's house, he was already alone and ready to interview me. He asked me about my intention to visit the island again and how long I planned to be there. He said that I was supposed to report to the sub-district office about it. They were concerned about my safety, so I asked him why. He was hesitant at first to answer my question. Then he revealed that the island is the most haunted place in the area. I just nodded in amusement, because I don't believe in such things. He also said that some locals got lost in the woods. I asked what happened to them, and he didn't answer. He only said that they, the locals, don't go into the woods. In fact, they wouldn't dare go into the island alone. He told me a story about one of the fishermen who lived there during the dry season. He went out to get some water from the well when he noticed one of his neighbours was sitting on the stairs outside his own hut, so he came up to him for a small talk. They talked a bit, and then the fisherman moved on to get his water. The next day, he returned to the fish village and found out that the neighbour he talked to last night passed away just a few days ago. While I like stories like that for entertainment, I still find it hard to believe. All my life, I've only seen this kind of thing once, and I wasn't even sure what that was, because I didn't have time to react to it except for a startled scream before it was gone. I remember I was doing some laundry in the back of the second floor of my house. It was like half open space with iron bars covering the openings, so no living being bigger than a rat would be able to sneak into the house. It was at midnight. Yeah, an odd time to do laundry. That was kind of my habit. I was talking to my ex-boyfriend while taking my clothes out of the dryer, when suddenly, in the corner of my eyes, I saw a shadow moving fast out of my house. I turned my head towards the door, and there it was. A 2-meter tall shadow stood there, staring at me, with its bloodshot eyes. I was shocked, and let out a spontaneous scream. My ex, who was talking to me, turned around to see what I was screaming at, but the shadow moved and flew out through the window bars, so quickly that my ex didn't see it. Maybe it was just my imagination or my mind playing tricks on me. Who knows? If only I could draw my camera as quickly as it showed itself. So I always find people who believe in ghost sighting videos on the internet ridiculous. Like, how are those cameras just conveniently recording or capturing the sightings with a perfect angle? These things, if they were real, would show up when we least expect it. At least that's what I think. After we were done with the interview, the chief told me how the sub-district head was calling him the other night, asking if there were any fishermen on the island, because he saw a bonfire at night. And since the island is pretty far from the port village, the fire must be quite big to be seen from that distance. I was confused and told the chief that there was no bonfire at night. The fire I made was small, just big enough for cooking, and it died out just before dark. It was probably from my tent, so I didn't think much of it and asked if I could return to the island the next morning. The chief wasn't sure. He stopped and thought for a bit, and finally said I could return to the island only if I check in on them every day. I agreed to it. He then said that I'm the bravest, if not craziest outsider he ever met, and that I'm the first one that ever stepped foot on the island. The next day, the chief and the boat captain took me back to the island. This time, I asked them to drop me off at the North Bay. We talked a bit on the way. The chief still wasn't sure about taking me back there, but I assured him that I'm not scared and that I'm used to dealing with paranormal things. I didn't tell him I'm not a believer, because it might offend them, as they're a very traditional group of people. When we arrived at the bay, 2 men helped me carry my stuff. I told them to drop it at the beach, but they insisted on carrying it to where I planned to camp. I was pretty sure they just wanted to know where I would camp. I led them to the pine trees through some knee-high bushes. At the camping spot, they put down my things and observed the place. I assured the chief that I'll call him once a day, and if I don't, they should wait one more day before checking on me, because my battery might run out, and it kind of takes a whole day to charge my portable battery using solar panels. They wanted to help me set up my camp, but I told them that it's okay for them to leave. After they left, I built my tent and put most of my things inside. It was a cloudy, humid day, so I decided to take a quick swim and try my luck with spearfishing. The fish in the bay were pretty small, and I sucked at spearfishing, so I ended up just observing the coral reef. I got startled by a sudden quick yank at my left ankle. I looked back in panic at my feet, and there was nothing there. For a moment, I thought it was a titan triggerfish, as they could be pretty aggressive during mating season. But that wasn't their ugly human-like teeth. That felt like a hand. Feeling afraid, I swam back to the shore and observed the bay, just in case there was another person in it. After a few minutes, nothing. I tried to rationalize it and told myself that I was just imagining things, as my mental state wasn't reliable due to my ongoing grief and trauma. I went back to my camp and dried myself. I took my hammock and set it up between two pine trees just next to my tent and lay on it with a book in my hand. I fell asleep not too long after and woke up at noon. My stomach was rumbling, asking for lunch, so I dragged myself out of the hammock and started gathering twigs for firewoods. There was the sound of a snapped twig. I ignored it. Then another one. I still ignored it. Then another one. It was hard to ignore the third time, so I looked around trying to pinpoint which direction it came from, but the sound disappeared as quickly as it came. I stood silent for a few seconds, focusing on my hearing, but nothing, just the sound of waves in the distance. So I continued gathering firewood while mumbling to "You don't exist" a few times. A twig snapped one more time, and I too snapped. I yelled, "Oh, for fuck's sake, leave me alone, will ya?" At the point I was more annoyed than scared. The twig snap noises stopped. I continued on making a fire to cook for my lunch. Nothing much happened the whole day, as I was being lazy and didn't do much aside from reading a book and did a little jog along the bay. In late afternoon, I went to the west part to enjoy the sunset. At this time, the tide usually was high, and it would take a swim over the mangroves or cutting through the woods to get to the abandoned settlement, and it takes about 10 or 15 minutes to walk from the northern part. I was disappointed to find that it was too cloudy to see the sunsets, so I walked back to camp to prepare for dinner instead. It was starting to rain around 6 p.m, just when I started the fire. I let the rain put out the fire. Meanwhile, I washed myself from the saltwater residues with the rain before getting into my tent. I had to settle with hard protein bars for dinner instead. The rain was pretty heavy and I loved it. It was a nice ambience for sleeping. I pulled out my sleeping bag and prepared it, and I started to feel that chill feeling I felt on my first night. It wasn't as intense, but it still alarmed me, and I expected the horrible thoughts to come flooding in my head. But they didn't. Instead, I heard whispers among the sound of the rain, or I thought I heard them. It creeped me out, so I panicked, grabbed my headphones and started some random music from its playlist just to drown out those whispers. I got in my sleeping bag and put on my headphone and closed my eyes, trying to shut out all the negative thoughts. I woke up probably a few hours later, not sure what time it was, but it was still dark. My headphone's battery died and so did my LED light. The rain had stopped. So I listened intently to any strange noises, but nothing, so I went back to sleep. I woke up again quite early in the morning. I wasn't sure why I still insisted on staying on the island. Most people would probably already leave after the first night. To be honest, I was scared, but I also loved the thrill of it. I always welcome unique or thrilling events that unfold during my trips, so I have stories to tell, no matter how bizarre they are. Like how I found out that one of my exes was actually a sociopath during our getaway to a private island. It was terrifying, yet thrilling. Ever since I was a kid, I've always experienced a suspenseful life, like how I went to school escorted and guarded by military personnel during a civil uprising. How my childhood neighbourhood was experiencing a paranormal possession for a whole month because of what my friends and I did. Anyway, back to the island. The morning was also uneventful, so I decided to go to the settlement to clean myself at the well and maybe find some buckets to collect rainwater, so I don't have to go back and forth to the settlement or make a saltwater desalination. The island was quiet and peaceful as usual. I saw some fishermen's boats in the distance while I was heading towards the settlement. At the settlement, that feeling of being watched returned. I took a quick bath and then looked for water containers. After about 15 minutes, I finally found 2 containers. Just before I left the settlement, I heard it again. That rustling in the woods, followed by strange noise. I hastily tied the containers to my dry bag and left. On my way back, I still sensed that I was being watched and more. I got a feeling that something was following me. I looked back every few steps, but nothing was there. Maybe it was just my imagination, but it felt very real. I continued on until I reached the cape in the North Part, where I no longer felt that presence. I turned and observed where it came from. Nothing. I waited another 5 minutes. Still nothing. So I turned and headed towards the bay. That's when I caught something moving in the corner of my eye. I turned my head towards where I caught that movement. It was in the woods along the west coast. I didn't quite catch what it was, only a silhouette of black, moving thing. A shadow or something else, I'm not sure. Now I got goosebumps. I quickly ran to my camp. I looked for my phone and headed back to the Cape where I could make a phone call. I called the boat captain a few times, but it didn't get through. Maybe he was out fishing. So I tried calling the chief. He picked it up on the first try. I calmly talked to him and told him I'm doing okay. I didn't want to sound panicked or scared and embarrassed myself after what I said to him the last time. I asked him if he could arrange my pickup in the afternoon. He said it wouldn't be possible because it looked like the storm was coming. He asked me if the next morning was okay. I went silent for a few moments and then said it's okay. We talked a bit more and then I said see you and hung up the phone. I went back to my camp and didn't even bother to cook lunch. I stayed in my tent the rest of the day. It was also raining, so I only ate a few protein bars and snacks. I didn't feel like leaving my tent. It was my safe space. I put on my earphones and watched some movies on my phone until it got dark outside. I put my phone on charge and turned on my LED lights. It was still raining and heavy too. That's good. That means I didn't have to hear any strange noises outside. I was wrong. I heard it again. Whispers. I couldn't make out what they were saying. First because of the rain, and second, I didn't want to listen to it. Since my phone was on charge and I forgot to charge my wireless headphone, I had nothing to distract me from those whispers. My nape hairs stood up and I got goosebumps. To distract me from these creepy situations, I started to sing Mr. Blue Sky and YMCA. Weird choice, but they kind of make me feel happier. I kept on singing them on repeat until I fell asleep. I was woken up by a pat on my right shoulder. I'm still not sure if this was a dream or if it actually happened. I opened my eyes and looked around in my tent half asleep and saw nothing. I mumbled something. I didn't know what I said and I went back to sleep. The morning came and the rain had completely stopped. I brought my phone to the Cape and called him, asking him what time he'd pick me up. He said in 2 hours. That gave me enough time to pack up my things, and that's what I did after. The chief came half an hour late, but I was relieved to get picked up. I greeted him, and the boat captain and both helped me load my stuff on the boat. I didn't tell them about the strange things that had been happening on the island. He told me that the ferry won't be there till Thursday, so I could stay in his house for a few days. When we left the fish village and I stayed at the chief's home, nothing much interesting happened after that, except for one of the nights, when I saw what must have been a lightning strike in the sea. So close that I thought the generator exploded. The island, which is translated as many mosquitoes from the local language, is still one of the most beautiful islands I've ever been to. And I've been to many beautiful islands, and also the strangest I've experienced in my life. I'd love to return to the island, but with some friends. I still refuse to believe in paranormal things outside the realm of entertainment, because if I don't believe it, it can't hurt me. I don't remember how old I was when I had this experience. All I can remember that this was my first encounter with a strange or maybe paranormal occurrence. My parents used to take me to this beach every other Sunday. The beach used to be very nice, and sometimes full of families. But ever since they built a market next to the beach, not many people or even want to go to the beach anymore. It was one Sunday morning when I begged my parents to take me to that beach again, because it had been a while and I hadn't gone there. My mum didn't want to go, so she asked my dad to take me by himself. So we went to the beach, which was an hour away from our home. The weather was perfect that day. When we arrived in the area, my dad parked the car at the New Markets parking lot, and I hopped off the car happily. I ran straight to the beach and jumped in the water, while my dad sat on the stone steps at one end of the beach and watched me. There was nobody else at the beach, only my dad and I. I found it odd, because there used to be a lot of people here on Sundays, but that didn't bother me. I was having fun. After a while, I became tired and got out of the water. My dad called me to have lunch together. He brought some packed lunch with him. When I walked out of the water, I saw a woman walking on rocks at the other end of the beach. I don't remember what she was wearing, only that she was a woman. But when I blinked, she disappeared. I didn't think much of it, since I was still a kid. My dad and I had lunch together on the empty steps. When we were finished, he went back to the car to fetch my bottled water, while I waited on the steps. I was watching the beach when I saw a kid, probably the same age as me, 6 or 7 years old, walking at the beach towards a concrete that protruded towards the sea. He walked on it to the end. My dad called me to ask something about the drink, so I turned my head and answered him. When I looked back at the beach, the kid was gone. My dad came back with my drinks, and after I finished my break, I went back to the beach. This time I jumped into the water next to the concrete where the kid was. I played in the water and found some nice shells, so I started to collect them. Some are pretty, so I kept them. I found a weird looking shell. It was long and whitish. I've seen that before. Not pretty, so I threw it back into the sea and kept looking for more shells. This time, I found a really weird looking shell, so I picked it up from the bottom of the shallow sea and inspected it. It was also whitish, a hump with 5 long bony tails. Then I realised it was a hand bone. It was as big as my hand. I screamed and threw it away. I ran out of the water and towards my dad in fear. My dad asked me what happened, and I just cried and told him I found a bone and pointed towards the concrete. He didn't check it out. Instead, he took me back to the car, and we went home. I'm slightly shaken up by this. It's 4 a.m, and the events that happened oddly took place at 3. I'd woken up at 2 from a rather peaceful sleep. No dream, nothing out of the ordinary. I went to go check on my parents, as my mother just had surgery, and I wanted to see if she was doing okay. When I entered my parents' room, I was confused to see just my mother and my sister. Turns out my father went to drive my grandpa to work. I was told his car keys just sort of disappeared, which sucks, because not only do we not have the money to drive there due to the current gas prices, but also due to the fact that if my dad hadn't come back when he did, I might not be typing this right now. My grandfather usually leaves the house for work at around 12 to 3 a.m. He works at the local casino, so he goes early to check over the camera footage and get his daily workout in. My family isn't the most fit, but we're all relatively strong. I believe I woke up right around when they were leaving, because I heard the door and my dog Mia bark outside. She got to go on a long car ride. She goes berserk wherever we take her out on a walk or a car ride, yet that's beside the point. I guess I should point out that I am a minor, and living with my parents and 3 siblings. My oldest sibling I'll call Joseph, J. Not his actual name, but the best I could come up with for the time. I'll refer to myself as Alfred, A. Not my actual name, but it'll work. My other brother wasn't present, so he won't get a nickname. My younger sister we'll call Lil, L. Dad, I'll just refer to as Dad. Those are just all who were there. Though it was just me and Jay that really witnessed it all, Elle was there. She's just too young to really understand. Set the scene, I just finished talking to my mother about my father, taking my grandfather to work. I was walking down the stairs and I thought I saw something move outside the window at the bottom of the stairs before the turn to get downstairs. I was tired and was just going to the bathroom. Jay pops out of the shadows and scares the hell out of me. I was able to do my business and get out quickly to find Jay was making a pot of tea. I was awake enough, so I guess I just said fuck it and logged onto the PS4. Jay had been a bit off, but I didn't really care or worry. Jay's always been a bit off in his own slightly depressing world, but that's okay. It's just something Jay has done for our entire lives. Jay and I both suffer from PTSD due to certain traumas we went through when little. Mine was getting bad, and I could tell Jay's was too. So I guess this could have all been a trick or an illusion cast by our brains. But it would be odd, because we both saw and heard it. I was making a character from my current favourite game on The Sims, of which I'm listening to the outro of right now, which has helped calm me down a lot. We were really invested in getting the design right. That it took me seriously off guard when Jay got really silent out of nowhere. He asked me, hey, the fuck's going on in the window? I looked over, and there was movement, like an animal or a plant, but much more human. I thought it was just windy and one of our plants or vines had come off and was getting flustered around. Dad and the dog had gotten back around this time and went upstairs to go to bed. We didn't think anything of it and just moved on to our tea and Sims, until our mom called us. She told us to make popcorn for my sister because she didn't like the dinner I had cooked earlier. After a little bit of bickering and us just wanting to play games, my sister Elle came down and started yelling at us for not wanting to make a sum. Jay eventually got tired of it and made a sum, though we burnt the shit out of it. I don't plan on telling him, but after he left I heard some gurgling noises come from outside. It frightened me, but our anxiety was high enough at that point, and I didn't want to freak him out more. Jay eventually came back with an absolutely burnt bag of popcorn. It looked like it had been caught on fire, and smelled like it too. Hell, there was literal smoke coming from the bag. He went to take it outside, but the minute he opened the door, he screamed. I've never heard Jay scream of fear before. It was terrifying. He quickly slammed the door shut and locked it. Jay walked back into the main room with me and Elle, those seconds after the door opened up again. It was locked. I heard him lock it, and I trust when he said it had locked. He went back over to close it again and relock it. I heard him saying something to stay back, stay the fuck back. At that point, Elle had started crying, so I asked her to go to the kitchen and grab a knife for me, in case anything were to happen, and to run upstairs and alert Dad. She did. She was asked, and then immediately went upstairs and got our father. Jay was still threatening the thing behind the door, but I could tell he was terrified. Hearing my dad load and ready his gun while practically running down the stairs sent terror, yet a feeling of safety rushed through my body. Dad checked it out, but whatever it was had left. He locked the front door again and helped me lock the back door. Normally I'd hunt on some property that my family owns. I don't even remember the reason anymore that I decided to hunt on public land this time. Probably just a change of scenery. I remember that it was evening and fall, but it was a fairly uncharacteristically warm day. I got to the access road and pulled off the spot where everyone pulls off to park and walk in. I noticed there were a couple of old boys already there. Nothing too weird about them, except there's no truck or vehicle for them to have pulled in on. They also didn't have guns with them, but were dressed in hunter orange. But at the time, I just figured that they were backpackers or campers. They're not too far from this spot, and a campground, and it's not uncommon for folks to spend weekends away from their family for some peace and quiet for their hunting trip. Anyways, they seemed friendly enough, and there was absolutely nothing said to make them seem any different than hundreds of other fellows I've met hunting. They were just a couple of hillbillies from the sounds of it. We shot the shit for a couple of minutes. They took off, and I sat on my phone for a bit trying to give them a head start, because I was afraid they'd drive off the squirrels. Except, I clearly didn't wait long enough. Probably like 10 minutes up the trail, it curved to the left, but I heard noises coming directly from ahead. It sounded bigger than a squirrel, but I also like seeing any sort of animal, and it didn't sound too far off the main path. When I crept off the path and the ground started to drop, so I was able to look down and see my new pals, but not acting right at all. This is going to be hard to explain without a visual, but they just weren't moving like normal people. Their movements were jerky, and it's almost like they've forgotten that things like knees and other joints were able to bend. I didn't stick around long, because frankly it was fucking terrifying. I backed away slowly and quietly to the trail, and then hauled ass back to my car. I've spoken with several of the more open-minded outdoorsmen in the area, and none of them have ever heard of anything like that. Drugs were the most common theory that I've heard, and I know that's the logical assumption, but man, I've seen folks on a lot of different drugs, and those movements just look too scarily unnatural. I've done some Googling in the years since for similar incidents in my area, but have yet to find anything that sounds like it. The one that stuck to me was something that happened about 3 years ago. To this day, it feels unreal, but I know it happened. I went straight to my nana and told her. I was about to move out to a bigger city, but emotionally I was defeated. I was suicidal and ready to give up. I was determined to end my life and was ready to do it within the week. I was sitting in my room crying my eyes out, like sobbing very, very hard. I don't even know how else to explain how defeated I felt and sad. It was bad. Anyway, I was sitting on my bed, somewhat facing the wall to my right. About an hour into whatever that was I was going through, I felt the most loving, warm, and just supportive and full of love hug I've ever felt. It's as if someone hugged me from the back and held on tight. I felt so much love in that moment, and it felt warm, like an actual hug. I was so shocked. It snapped me out of my sadness, and not 1 minute later, I started to feel better and a lot calmer. The thoughts I had were gone. All I could concentrate on was the feeling that was wrapped around me. It lasted about 10 seconds. I'm not sure how long, to be honest. To this day, I don't know what or who that was, but it's something I think about when I feel like I'm not being watched over, or I'm not emotionally feeling my best. I remind myself that I am in fact worthy of being here. I have many more stories, but this one is definitely the one that I think about often. Ever since I was around 4, I've seen things that shouldn't be there. Locked doors have cracked open themselves, light switches have turned off, and personal items have been knocked off shelves. Shadow figures have ran across my ceilings and attempted to hide in the corners of my room. I've woken up with long, claw-like scratch marks on my arms. The marks were deep and almost bleeding. My father swore that they might scar, as my mother assured me that I must have scratched myself in my sleep. I stared down at my fingernails that I had bitten down to the nubs while I nodded. My brother joked and said it must have been Freddy Krueger. In fear of being another victim of Freddy, I retreated to my parents' bedroom floor. I camped out with a stuffed animal in tow. My dog laid at my feet as the glow of my parents' TV brought me comfort. My dad's snores filled the room, and I was at ease that nothing could possibly harm me. Once my mother decided it was time for bed, I was swallowed up into the darkness. I heard a faint good night, but I could swear I heard the stairs creaking. I laid on my side and my eyes adjusted to the darkness. I was staring into the underneath of my parents' bed. I felt uneasy, so I turned to lie on my other side and made sure to fix my ponytail. I began drifting to sleep until I felt a harsh coldness on my neck. Something yanked my ponytail as hard as it could. I was fed up and whipped my head around to face the culprit. I yelled, "Stop it!" into the darkness that I no longer feared. I tightened my ponytail and turned back around to sleep. That and many more things took place between the ages of 4 to 9. After the night I shouted at whatever it was to stop it, I was no longer bothered, until now. I think whatever it is, it's mad that we're moving. The basement has become the place I'm uncomfortable going down alone in. The door has kept opening by itself, to the point where my dad installed a new lock. They keep mentioning that it's an old house, which is why we're selling. I've told them my stories, but only my mom believes due to her own experiences. About a week ago, my parents were boxing things up in the basement and carrying them outside to the front yard through the basement door that leads out onto the yard. My dad's friend was stopping by with his truck to load it up and take it up to the new house. My mom left her phone in the kitchen, and the wife of my dad's friend ended up calling her. I looked out into the yard, but didn't see either of my parents. I called down the basement stairs to my mom, and it was quiet for a minute. "Yeah?" my mother called back. I quickly shouted back that the phone was for her. "Okay, bring me the phone," she said back. I asked the wife to hold on for just one more moment as I rushed down the stairs. I found myself standing alone in the basement. I looked around and looked into the dark windows of my dad's workshop. I called my mum again and didn't receive a response. I swallowed the lump in my throat and advanced towards my dad's workshop. I figured she must have gone out the basement door into the yard. I made it to the basement door, and I froze as I reached for the knob. The door was locked, and there was no way my mom was ever able to be down there. The room was cold, and I pressed her phone back to my ear to tell the wife that my mom could have just have to call her back. Except there was no longer a phone call. I never heard the call end or even fail. I looked at my mom's recent calls, and I didn't see the wife's name. Realization hit me, and I ran as fast as I could back upstairs. The basement light was no longer on, and I swear I wasn't alone down there. I slammed the door and locked it. I rushed to the front door and saw both of my parents outside. After yanking the door open, I began shouting and asking where my mother had been. They looked at me weirdly and stated they had been out there the entire time. I shook my head and explained what had happened. My mom paled before telling me that her and my dad heard something while in the basement too. My dad told me to follow him as he led me to the basement door. He unlocked it and showed me a hole in the wall. The wind had apparently blown the door open too hard and caused it to slam into the wall. But when my parents looked at the damage, they noticed something was inside the wall. My dad pulled out 2 photographs. Both photographs were in black and white and of 2 little girls. One looked 2, and the other looked to be at least 5. Neither of them was smiling, and the 5-year-old looked almost angry. I yelled at my dad to put it the hell back or burn it. He ended up putting it back into the wall. Later that night, we noticed lots of flies in the house. I assumed a skunk or a possum might have passed, so I ventured outside to find the source. I ended up finding a dead black kitten underneath the house, and I can't help but feel that it's somehow connected. I've been waking with bruises and seeing more shadow figures in the corner of my ceiling. My parents have been dealing with their bedroom door being thrown open, and my dad swears that he is laughing at 3 a.m, which is when he wakes up now. My biggest fear is that whatever this thing is, it will somehow follow us to our next house. I'm sick of dealing with this and being afraid of this thing abusing me in my sleep some more. It was probably around midnight when I was laying on my bed reading my book. I have a window on the wall I was facing, and I left it slightly open with the shade up because my cat was sitting there looking outside. All I had was a lamp that hung on my bed frame. So I'm reading my book, and out of the corner of my eye I see a very bright tennis ball sized light out the window, doing a very fast, unnatural, rounded zigzag movement. This lasted a couple seconds and disappeared behind my wall. I immediately thought I was having an issue with one of my eyes, causing me to see a light, like a retinal detachment or something. But that seemed absurd since I'm in my early 20s. Then I noticed my cat on the windowsill, immobile, staring towards where the light disappeared behind her. I called her name, and she didn't even twitch her ear to show that she heard, like she usually does. That's when I thought, okay, so I'm not the only one who saw it. My cat did too, and she was definitely spooked. I spoke to my mom about it immediately, as she was still awake, and I was terrified. While I'm more of a curious skeptic when it comes to the paranormal, she's a believer and has experienced things she couldn't explain many years ago. At first she wondered if it were a drone, but I'd never seen a drone move that fast in that kind of movement before. Also, I didn't hear a single sound when it happened, and to my limited knowledge about drones, there's usually a sound. Then my mum thought about another, more paranormal possibility that I'm not sure about, but want to share anyways. There's a moderately busy highway just across the field from my house. My house is alone in the field, out in the open, and you can clearly see it from the highway. There was a major accident on the highway that night, a few hours before I saw the light. It was such a bad accident that the affected portion of the highway was blocked off for hours by a dozen police and firemen. That I'm aware of, at least one person died. My mum thought perhaps I saw an orb, which could be the spirit of that driver who was lost and didn't understand what had happened. Again, I tend towards being a skeptic. However, I don't have any rational explanation for what I saw, and it honestly scared me. Has anyone experienced this before, or know what it could have been? The year was likely 92 or 93. I was 8 or 9 years old and having a snowball fight in our backyard with my father. I remember specific information like the snow was wet enough to pack into snowballs. There was a few inches of snow on the ground, but no storm occurred. The snowfall had occurred the day and night prior. I was hiding in a small forest-like area between houses and waiting to see my father. Then I would dart out and throw a few snowballs at him. When I saw him, I sprung out and threw a snowball. He threw one back at me. All of a sudden, something unexplained to this day had happened. A brilliant blue overtook everything. It covered everything from the snow to the tree to the sky and all around, and an emphasis on all around. Everything was illuminated in the blue. Literally, everything was encapsulated in blue as if a snow globe of blue light had dropped over us. It lasted for a full second or more, quickly, but still distinct and long enough for both of us to have noticed the oddity. Also, there was no sound, completely silent. My father, in his 40s at the time, and myself, stood silently briefly before dropping our remaining snowballs, running inside our house without any conversation. I mention our ages, my father in his 40s and me either 8 or 9, because we had the same silent reaction. We both were aware that something had just happened that was not quite right, and we left the scene immediately, went inside, and remained silent for the time being. This illuminating, encapsulating blue light only happened that one winter day, in either 92 or 93. It never reoccurred. This event resurfaced yesterday, and it remains unexplained. Has anyone also experienced this illuminating, encapsulating blue light? Is there any plausible explanation available? My in-laws surprised my wife and I with a night at the Farnsworth House Inn, which is apparently one of the most haunted hotels in America. We had 2 rooms to investigate that night. The Custer room, named after General Custer, and the Lincoln room. We started by investigating the Custer room with a voice recorder and spirit box. We didn't get a ton of activity on them, but we had a lot of visual activity. My father-in-law and I kept seeing a dark humanoid mass walking around in the bathroom. My wife was attacked by a black mass that came up from the ceiling. She was laying on the bed when it rushed her. She immediately ran off the bed, saying she felt a rush of cold air and heard a weird screeching sound. We left that room for the rest of the night, because that room felt as if it had an evil presence. We moved on to the Lincoln room, where we had a ton of activity. The Lincoln room is known for having a spirit cat, which will be important later. We had an EVP that sounded like a male gasping and then choking. We managed to talk to a spirit called Jeremy, who was a 6 or 7-year-old boy who was killed during the Civil War. He's known for playing jokes such as untying shoes. My wife's shoes were double knotted and her right shoe was untied twice. I was sitting in an exact replica of the chair Lincoln died in when I heard a screeching sound go past my head. It was so close, I almost thought it was in my head. My wife was going through a voice recording when the EMF reader, laying on her chest, shot from 0 to 20 mg. She said it felt like a heavy animal was sitting on her chest. This went on for a few minutes. At about 2 a.m, we decided to try to get some sleep as we had to drive home in the morning. This is when the activity got insane. My father-in-law said his thigh kept getting grabbed. My wife said something kept poking her forehead. I repeatedly felt someone scratching the bottom of my foot. This went on for about an hour before we decided to leave early. When we turned the lights on, every single picture on the wall was crooked. This was by far the most activity I've ever experienced in a single night. I'll start off by saying I've never been a superstitious person, but the recent experiences I've had while working in an older home left me without any explanation. My father, my friend, the owner's father and I have all experienced very odd things while working in the house. The owner's father was the first to experience something odd, and since then, he's refused to come within 50 yards of the house, even when we're working inside. He won't tell us what happened, probably because he wants us to finish the remodel, but his hesitation toward the house says enough. My father has had the most experiences. He's heard footsteps, loud bangs, and scratching in the attic, all of which he investigated to find nothing. Hand tools moved around, and most recently, smelled a very distinct aftershave that gave him goosebumps. The house is completely empty. There's nothing that could make that smell. My friend also hears footsteps pacing the hallway and has had doors slam and lock themselves. He's been spooked out of the house many times and refuses to work there alone. I myself have had the most terrifying experiences of everyone, though. I've had a stepladder move as I was standing still on the top step, almost throwing me off. Been tapped on the shoulder many times and heard a voice say, "Gotcha," right into my ear. I also joked with my buddy once that I'd never come back if lights started turning on by themselves. Not even 10 minutes later, I heard the thump of a light switch in a room across the house and found the light on, with no one remotely close to the room. Ever since, I've refused to step foot back in the property. Not even the birds and squirrels will come within 100 yards of the home. That far in the country, you'd expect to hear birds chirping and animals scurrying around, but it's always been dead silent for the few months we've worked out there. To set the scene, me and 3 of my friends were hanging out at my buddy's house a couple of years ago. His house was surrounded by woods, with a long gravel driveway that led into an open field. This took place in the night when it was almost pitch black outside, besides very little moonlight. Me and my 2 other friends were about to head out for the night, so the friend whose house we were at was going to take a shower. We were the only people on the property that night. As our buddy hopped in the shower, we headed to my car to leave. We hop in, and as we get halfway out the driveway, the friend in the passenger seat realises he left his phone inside. I park, turn off my lights, and he leaves the door open when running to go back in the house. Me and the friend in the back seat sit there waiting quietly, and we start to hear footsteps in the gravel. We hear the footsteps sprint up to the car, and see a pitch black figure run past my car down the driveway. I flip my lights on, and it disappears. As me and the friend in the back seat look at each other, the other friend hops in the car. Before we could say anything, my friend in the passenger seat yelled, "Who just ran past me?" He says when he went inside, he heard our friend still in the shower, and said when walking to the car, a person ran past him. It was pitch black, even though there was a little moonlight. We all agreed that it looked human, but couldn't explain why it had vanished in an open field with no place to hide. We kind of freaked out, but didn't tell anyone and kind of forgot about it. The other day, I was going to tell the friend that was in the shower at the time of the incident about what we saw. Since I was curious, before I was going to tell him, I asked if he had any weird experiences at the house. He said that on occasion, he and his dog have seen a dark figure standing out in their yard. Seems to be recurring, and I'm curious as to what it could be. I was alone in the house, have no pets or any mouse or rat infestation. Then I heard the sound of a glass being shattered loudly, so it had to be inside my house. I panicked and looked around, but not a single thing was shattered. It couldn't have been outside because it wouldn't have been as loud as I heard it. I go outside and again nothing. About a week prior to this, my roommate lost her second favourite kitchen knife. She lost her first favourite kitchen knife and was never to be seen again. To this day, we haven't found the 2 kitchen knives. The knives were handy, and we used them for cooking for practically everything. My roommate's mom comes to visit, and even she can't find it after searching and turning everything upside down. You know it's truly lost when your parents can't find what you're looking for. This has been driving me insane. Before the 2 knives were lost, I've lost my favourite butterfly ring. Wore it everywhere, placed it down, and accidentally kicked it in between my desks, and I couldn't find it, despite moving the desks and searching everywhere. It's like it fell into the void. It was a cheap ring, but nonetheless, it was my favourite. Still haven't found it, despite rearranging my room. Before that, I'd lost my seeds that I was preparing to grow, and placed them on the shelf. Turned around and it was gone. It could not have disappeared within 2 seconds of being left unattended. When everyone left, I loudly said, "Give me my plant seeds back, please." And 2 weeks later, they showed up underneath the bathroom sink cupboard storage while cleaning. No one uses it. The seeds moulded and died, so I threw them out. Before that, my blanket randomly shot upwards like there was a cat underneath trying to sneak up on me. Nobody believes me and just says that I'm tired or something. This happened like a year ago. I don't have a cat. Something breathing down my neck despite no open windows. The AC was off. Nothing could have produced that breath down my neck. Something hugged me from behind as I was washing dishes. I felt a clear, human body weight against my waist. Felt like a child hugging me, since I only felt weight from my waist down. Felt really emotional for some reason after that, and almost cried out of the blue. My side of the family had a lot of miscarriages, particularly my father's side. Like it was a miracle for anyone from my father's side to give birth. I myself never got pregnant or had any miscarriage. That day, I felt particularly upset about something I forgot about. I'm not religious or anything, but I do believe that paranormal stuff exists. All this stuff has been driving me crazy, and I can't prove it to anyone. My roommates are worried, but don't really care, as whatever is disturbing us hasn't done anything dangerous, just silly pranks and whatnot. Yesterday, I again said, "Can you please give our stuff back?" So now it's a waiting game, I guess. Anyone have any theories? Are these hallucinations? Anxiety-induced? All in my head? It's not bothering me, but that glass shatter noise was the last straw. I have no problems with my hearing. Have vision issues, but that's about it. I do have PTSD, trauma, or whatever you call it, just undiagnosed because my insurance doesn't cover much. Don't want to pay out of pocket. The trauma is mostly from my childhood and some during older years. I dissociate. Not often, as I've learned to snap back to reality because I don't like disassociating, because afterwards, I don't remember anything that happened an hour ago. Is it all just my PTSD? I don't know at this point. I do remember having my name being called in an echo-like voice when I was in elementary school, or the feeling of being lifted off my seat in elementary school. Never experienced that in my much older years. In Glens Falls, New York, my entire extended family were visiting my grandfather's brother for a long weekend. His property backed up to the Hudson River with a lot of open field that led into a forest with a few paths that were about a half-mile walk to the river. He did have neighbours, but only a few that were only about a half-football field away. One of the nights we were there, all of the adults were having fun and talking around the fire, up closer to the house, away from the forest, while my cousins and I played a tag game called Ghost in the Graveyard. As I quietly jogged away from the adults, looking for my brothers and cousins, and the adults' boisterous conversation fading well into the distance, I began to slow and walk towards the woods and the paths that led to the river. Just as I began to get within eyesight of the fuzzy, darkened trail outlets, I slowed to a walk so I wouldn't be heard. And then, in the close distance, I suddenly see a light-haired woman emerge from the path on the right. I freeze. I know it's a woman I'm looking at, but as she walks out from the path, she's completely unaware of my presence, as well as the presence of the adults far off in the background, loudly having a good time. Her strides in her long white dress are flowing and elegant, almost appearing not to touch the ground as she steps, and her dress gracefully sways with each step. Her hair appears long and blonde, and her head is held high with an undeterred gaze forward. Then as soon as she appears, she fades into the next path on the left and disappears. It was a moment that lasted for years, but was over in just 10 beautiful steps. Moments after she disappeared, undistracted, a group of my cousins, loud and yelling, emerged from the path on the right. I calmly asked them, "Did you see a woman back on the trail?" They laughingly answer, "No." Decades later, I still can't corroborate, convince myself, or confirm what I saw. But as long as it's been, it still doesn't match the time I felt past while I stood and watched a lady in white. The idea of a ghost or a disembodied spirit that lives on past death is as old as civilization itself. A truly ancient folklore, literally and spiritual idea. Possibly the oldest idea within these fields ever. Ghosts make up their own subgenre of legends and myths around the world. The first known ghost story comes from the 1st century AD, when a Roman known only as Pliny records stories of ghosts in his journal. Pliny speaks vividly of a haggard old man with a long white beard, rattling chains as he roamed his former home in Athens. Platus is a friend of Pliny, took his story and made it the plot of a play he wrote. The earliest actual description of a ghost goes back way before the 1st century, a Babylon stone tablet made in 1500 BC. Scholars argue that the clay tablet is a guide to exorcising spirits. The tablet itself shows a man standing on the left holding a short stick, wearing some sort of garment on his arms and shoulders, as well as a ceremonial headdress. Another man is shown on the far right, walking away from the first man. He appears to be wearing a long skirt and sandals. Given he's walking away, we can assume the exorcism was a success. In the ancient world, ghosts were viewed with sympathy, as they were seen as spirits deprived of the eternal rest that the dead were supposed to receive. Thus, across all ancient cultures, China, Greece, Rome, Scotland, England, etc., funeral rites were created to stop the soul of the deceased from returning. In 856 AD, the first poltergeist was recorded. A poltergeist is generally described as a ghost, but more harmful, throwing objects around and even starting fires. The person who recorded this was unknown, and it was said to have taken place in Germany. Ghosts appear in fairy tales, legends and myths across time. Ghosts are a part of cross-cultural phenomenon that encompasses all cultures. A Chinese ghost, or should I say ghosts, are the Zhao Lao Zui. These ghosts live in the mountains all over China and can be heard howling into the rain and wind during thunderstorms. They are known for their venomous darts. Male venom kills instantly, while the female venom induces a slow and painful death. In Japan, one ghost is named Koatsu Nyobo. Her name translates to woman with a small appetite. This ghost is the ideal Japanese woman. Beautiful, quiet, hard-working, and devoted to her husband. The story goes that she appeared to a man who proclaimed after looking at his high food bill, "If I have a wife, she must be demure, hard-working, and have a small appetite." The two marry. And at first the woman is the selfish ideal of this man. Quiet, hard-working, never eating a bite of her husband's food. Yet food keeps disappearing. Suspecting his wife is eating in secret, he discovers that when she thinks he's not around, she cooks a huge pot of rice. Moving her hair aside, she begins feeding the extra mouth hidden under her hair. Once the ghost finds out her husband knows of her true nature, she lunges at him, fangs bared from both of her mouths, attempting to murder him. The man escapes and lives the rest of his days hiding in a field where irises grow, as they're known for their power of warding off evil spirits. In Russia, the Slavic region ghosts don't appear, but reanimated corpses do function in the same role. Not like zombies. They're black hair. In old Russian culture black hair refers to the special braid a girl wears. Once there lived a girl, a vain, boastful girl who proclaimed to be the bravest of anyone in her village. She had the finest black hair of any of the girls in the village. One night, she invited all the women of the village to a grand feast. They decided to test who was the boldest among them. "I am," declared the boastful girl. "Well then," replied one of the women, "go past the graveyard, into the church, and take down the holy picture and bring it here." "Good, I will do so," said the arrogant girl. And sure enough, the girl took the picture from the church and brought it back. However, the picture needed to be returned. As she was on a return trip to the church, she passed through the graveyard. Seeing a corpse lying on a tomb wrapped in a beautiful white shroud, the girl went, put the picture back in the church, and I went out, sat on the tomb next to the corpse. She pulled the shroud away, but the corpse held on to it. She yanked harder, and the shroud came loose. She took the shroud and went home. There, not only did I put the picture back, I took a shroud from a corpse, boasted the girl. The women gasped, horrified. After all the women lay down to sleep, there was a tap on the window. It was the corpse. "Give me my shroud," it cried. The women were frightened out of their minds, but the boastful girl opened the window and held out the shroud. "Take it," she said. "No, restore it to my resting place," said the corpse. Dawn came, and the corpse went away. The next night, the corpse tapped on the window. "Give me my shroud," it cried. This time, the girl's parents offered it to the shroud. "No, restore it to my resting place," it said. Dawn came, and the corpse went away. The following day, the girl's father went to the church priest to help. The priest thought for a moment and then said, "Let her come to the church tomorrow." A number of people showed up to the service. Just as they were about to start, a goddess appeared in a whirlwind so strong it knocked everyone in the church over, picking up the girl and throwing her hard to the floor. When the wind died down, there was nothing left of the girl but her black hair on the church floor. Spain. Duende. These are the spirits of deceased infants who died before baptism. They are evil spirits who lurk in the homes of the parents and cause chaos. They are known for kidnapping and eating living babies. Polynesia. Picking up Pele. It's thought that if you see an older woman on the side of the road, you must stop to pick her up and take her where she asks. To ignore her will bring bad luck, as this older woman may be the spirit of Pele, a ghost who is said to haunt certain parts of Hawaii. Ecuador. La Gringa Sin Cabeza, or the Headless One, haunts a former American airbase. The ghost targets men walking alone at night, attacking them violently. The legend goes that during World War II, a serviceman cheated on his girlfriend. When she found out, he pushed her off a cliff. Her head got caught on something on the way down, and it tore off her head. Ghosts also appear in a lot of popular literature like Hamlet, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, A Christmas Carol, Lord of the Rings, and The Shining, etc. We all know the stereotypical depiction of a bedsheet ghost. A person draped in a plain white sheet with 2 holes for eyes. The one that you've seen on TV a million times. It's such an accepted trope in pop culture that no one has ever stopped to ask, why would a disembodied spirit appear as a bedsheet with eyes? These days, we see ghosts as how they appeared living, looking like people. Even hundreds of years ago in the 16th century, this is how ghosts were seen by culture. The ghost of Hamlet's father appeared as a normal person with clothes and human features. We know this because Hamlet instantly recognized his father, which he wouldn't have done if he was in a bedsheet. As with all folklore, we need to look at the time and the context of the bedsheet ghost. This is an ancient depiction. Up until the 19th century, coffins were not common in Europe. They were a luxury. A dead person was wrapped in a blanket for burial called a shroud and buried like that. No coffin. This was tradition in Western Europe and even the wider ancient world in places like North America, South America, and Australia for thousands of years. The shroud was the first funeral product, with families making shrouds especially for burial. The very first ancient peoples to use shrouds are Native Americans, who believed that burying a person in a blanket was seen as giving one of your prized possessions back to the Great Spirit, a deity of Native American religion. The Aboriginals also used shrouds in funeral rituals, although instead of making blankets like the Native Americans, they used animal skins. In South America, the Chachapoya, a society that was a part of the Incan Empire, would wrap their dead in woven shrouds made from dried grass. In the days of the Roman Empire, shrouds were also used, according to the Bible. Christ was entombed in a shroud. All of this shows how the usage of shrouds dates back to the earliest of civilization across the world. Back to the bedsheet ghosts. In medieval Europe, ghosts weren't exactly seen as disembodied spirits. Rather, they were seen as something akin to zombies. With the deceased rising from the graves still wrapped in the shroud they were buried in. This meant that bedsheet ghosts really scared people back then, even though we find it ridiculous today. It was this fear and the anonymity that bedsheet ghosts give off that caused criminals to start wearing them in order to rob people. Back in, I believe, 8th grade, I'd come home on a Saturday from a science camp or whatever. Anyway, I go and sit in our living room, which has a large window towards the street outside. I didn't have my glasses on. I turn to my right and a white crescent shape flashes by heading left. So against my line of vision, I first thought it was a car, but I didn't hear nor see any cars go by. Then things intensified. Almost every night I would constantly hear the fridge door open and then close. But when I get up and check it, it looked undisturbed. Then it started sounded like someone was clinking beer bottles, but we have none in the fridge, as I'm a minor and my grandparents can't drink. One night I even heard a young man mumbling. It was almost as if I was focusing on the voice, not the words, because I didn't catch anything he said. Again, I'd get up and check, and nothing would be amiss. Then one Saturday night, I woke and was paralysed with fear. Then a shadow figure with an afro walked by my room into the wall. There is a closet above an air vent there. Once they passed, I was able to jump up and close the door. I never slept with my door open again. After that, nothing really happened. The only thing I would consider borderline paranormal was when I took showers. If I locked the door, the handle would shake as if someone was trying to open it. Then one day I heard banging, but not on the door, and then a boom that shook the door. Since then, nothing has happened that can tie to this. One thing was I did an EVP session with a tape recorder. I turned off all the fans and muted the TV so there'd be no background noise. I asked a series of questions. I got no answers, except for "what is your name?", in which I got a side response that was either Joe or John. My supposed father's name was Joe, and he apparently died in a dumpster, but that was never confirmed. The recorder has since broken, but I think I still have the tape. Anyways, that was my paranormal experience. The first event from this story happened around the year 2002, if I recall correctly. It was around night time. I was doing gymnastics around that time, and I had drifted off and was alone. And while I was there, I saw a woman who was about my age based on her appearance. Her hair was blonde and her eyes were green, and she was dressed in pink clothes and wearing glitter. She tilted her head and looked at me and she said, "Don't you remember me?" She had a somewhat high-pitched and eerie voice. I became nervous, but I didn't really know how to react to that. I left without speaking of the incident, and I was very creeped out by it. But that was not the last time I saw her. Later in the year, I had a dream of the woman. This time, I was in school during the dream, but it was nighttime outside, and nobody else was in school except for me and her. She told me that her name was Crystal, and was apparently upset that I didn't remember. And then, she stopped appearing for a while, but I saw another woman who looked similar to Crystal in another dream. Around 2003 or 2004, I saw a woman named Jennifer who looked almost identical to Crystal, except Jennifer typically wore black and white clothes and looked more relaxed, and Crystal typically dressed in pink clothes and looked more irritated. This became very repetitive, and Jennifer became a recurring dream character of mine. She told me her life story, including many details about her life. Other characters in my dreams are sometimes familiar with Jennifer as well, and speak about her. Sometimes they explicitly refer to Jennifer as a ghost, and Jennifer is familiar with Crystal and refers to Crystal as a ghost. Eventually, Crystal started appearing in my dreams again. Crystal most often appears in dreams relating to schools, and it's usually nighttime for some reason. In my most recent dream of Crystal, from early May 2022, Crystal was walking around the school and the students were hiding from her and they were afraid of her. And Jennifer was in the same dream, waiting outside of the school. And then I kept having dreams of schools after that. A day later, I dreamed about an elementary school and so on, etc. Jennifer appears in premonition dreams usually, so I started journaling my dreams last year in case anything interesting happens. I'm fairly confident that Crystal is a ghost, but I'm not sure what Jennifer truly is. Apparently, Crystal is actually impersonating Jennifer, and Crystal doesn't actually look like Jennifer in reality. Recently, I've noticed doors opening by themselves. For example, it just happened to me 30 or so minutes ago, which prompted me to write this. And sometimes, things will even fall over on their own. And what creeps me out the most is that these instances sometimes happen when I'm thinking about Jennifer or Crystal. It almost seems like it happens as soon as I think about them, as if they're listening sometimes. But I do not like to be too paranoid. I can dismiss some of the noises as coincidences for now, but I can never really be sure. What I truly find inexplicable, though, is some of the dreams Jennifer appeared in from the past. And they really did come true. However, that's why I've recently started a public dream journal. Not all of the dreams of Jennifer come true, though. I've been seeing her since 2003 or so, and she still appears in dreams even to this day. Hopefully, one day, some random coincidence will happen with my journal, so I have something to show everyone. I first learned of the supernatural through a Frank Edwards book. It started out with someone on their deathbed talking to deceased relatives, and proceeded with about 20 more stories. I was freaked out a bit, and talked with my mom, who told me that nothing was really proven, and a few of the stories were probably made up to boot. In the following few years, there were enough articles and even other books disputing all things paranormal, including a story or two I read about. I became more skeptical. A few years later, my grandmother died. We were 800 miles away and started making plans to join my dad, who had stayed with her in her last days. The night she died, I was in my bed in the bedroom I shared with my two younger brothers when this happened. Our door was open to the hallway, which was lit but dim enough not to bother me, who was nearest to the door. I was laying in bed and ready to nod off, when something I can only describe as a faint feather or leaf of light came floating into our room. To this day, I'm still not sure what it was, and I'm not 100% sure my mind wasn't playing tricks on me, but I know I saw something. I'm questioning it to myself all this time, but watching nonetheless. It floated into the room and paused at the foot of my bed for a few seconds. It did the same for my middle brother, and then proceeded to my youngest brother, who was the farthest from the door. It paused at the foot of my youngest brother's bed for a second, and then headed towards his head. It looked like it paused there, and then was gone. I laid there thinking for a few minutes, and then kind of faded off somewhat offhandedly, thinking she had tucked him in. I never told anybody about it, because I wasn't sure what I'd seen, or if, and nobody would believe me anyway, so I left it. About 40 years later, I'm talking to my mom, and out of nowhere she says, "You do know that your grandmother visited your youngest brother on the night she died, don't you?" I was blown away and didn't even answer. I was just so stunned. My youngest brother and I were never close and never talked about anything. He had also moved about 700 miles east. We re-established contact about 2 years before he died and got on good terms. One night on the phone, I asked him about it, and it turns out we had seen about the same thing. He described it as a feather of light too. I told him my version about how she stopped at the foot of each bed, but when it came to him, how she floated up to the head of his. I told him I thought she was tucking him in. He said, "Hell, I thought she was trying to smother me." It was our last huge laugh before life caught up with us both. I still question that night, but little bro was spot on with what happened. I'm praying now that he can ask her in person and get back to me one day. Okay, so I've always been able to see weird shit since I was a kid, although it was never all that often. Pretty much just a couple of times when I was younger. But some really weird things went down when I was around 15, all the way till I was 18, when we moved to our current house. So immediately I got a really bad vibe from the house when we moved in. It just didn't feel right, but I didn't think much of it till I started noticing really small handprints all over the windows and some on the walls, hearing footsteps at night and occasionally seeing figures. After a while, my mood declined and my anxiety increased drastically, and I started seeing more and more things. Even my brothers and sisters started to notice things going on from time to time, but I seemed to be the target. In fact, that whole area seemed cursed. The nearby field had some really bad stuff there, and apparently people had died there. The first thing I saw was seeing my reflection in the mirror, except it was really twisted. Black eyes and big smile. Sounds bullshit, I know, but it's true. Anyways, after seeing and hearing voices of what sounded like children, I later found out some kids died in that block in a house fire. After learning that, I started feeling like I was standing next to a fire when I was in my room alone, and started to feel something really dark walking around, and maybe saw what it looked like in a dream. I don't know, honestly probably just a nightmare, but considering how visual it was, it could be something, since I literally can't have visual dreams, and can't picture my things in my head as a whole. After all the weird stuff kept happening for over 2 years, I told my mum to get the house blessed. Literally that night, trying to sleep, I felt something climb over me and lean in face to face. I knew not to look, because why would I? But I could tell what it looked like, if that makes sense. Like I could feel what it looked like. It never did anything, and I just had to force myself to sleep. The moment I woke up, I had a massive panic attack and told my mum I'm leaving till the house is blessed. After the blessing, I didn't see anything too bad, so who knows what remained in the house. I don't even know if the blessing worked, but afterwards, whatever was there remained pretty quiet. But now, I'm somewhere else. I'm still seeing a lot of stuff. I'm not too sure if something would have followed me. My house has been haunted as long as I've lived here. I'd love to write a full-on novel about all the experiences I've had in the house, but for now, I'm going to focus on one of the smaller and more consistent strange happenings that go on in my house. Every night at varying times, I will hear a rapid tapping on my window. There are no trees or anything of the sort that could be making the noise. My girlfriend has also told me at various times when I leave the room for however long, she hears the tapping too. Though on other occasions, instead of a tapping, sometimes I'll hear footsteps from outside my window. It always sounds like someone jumped over my backyard gate and begins just pacing around outside by the rocks scattered across the yard. The footsteps are always heavy, and they make a scraping noise against the concrete. We try to ignore it, as I know talking with spirits and entities can be dangerous. Though I wish I could say those were the only noises I've heard. If it isn't the tapping or the footsteps, it's something much creepier. On occasion, just outside my bedroom window, me and my girlfriend have also heard what sometimes sounds like a woman's humming. Words can't explain the sinister tone the humming always seems to have. I've always felt a strange nervousness inside my chest when I hear it. I know how this must sound already, and to add to this insanity, even more on occasion, there's sometimes this muffled, faint-off-key music that seems to pass through my backyard, as if someone is walking by playing music. It would fade in from far away, and then the music would fade away as it passes my window. As well as my girlfriend, my friends have also told me at various times that when any of them are alone in my room, they've heard all the noises I've stated here at some point. They've expressed feeling inexplicable anxiety when they hear the noises. Just last night, when I was laying in bed, my girlfriend passed out on my chest. However, as I was dozing off, I snapped from my froggy daze when the rapid tapping started up louder than usual by my window. I'm not sure what's going on, but I used to be heavy into ghost hunting and was thinking about getting back into it, and trying to figure out what might be outside my window. Growing up, I thought I had all kinds of experiences, from seeing ghostly shoes to vivid dreams of red-eyed demons. I don't know now, a kid has a lively imagination. The things I cannot explain and know for a fact happened as they happened, occurred in my mid to late 20s. I grew up being pretty open to all this stuff. I believe I used to be sensitive. One time, I was dating a fellow who was renting an old home for a couple of months. He was a skeptic, and I was super into this kind of stuff at the time. Whenever I would stay with him for a night at this place, I would get the same vibes each time. My mother was also into this stuff and claimed to be sensitive, so I invited her over to see what she thought of the house. I wanted to see if she got the same impressions. I did without giving her any info whatsoever, to prove to my boyfriend at the time that I wasn't making shit up. I gave her zero info, other than I felt something in the house. She came and started upstairs. There were 2 full bedrooms, my boyfriend in one, his room in the other, and a weird, empty, tiny little room in the front of the house being used as nothing. My mother wouldn't go into the tiny room, just stood outside and said it felt horrible. It felt like sadness and loss. It felt like a spirit who lost their baby was in there, and it was a nursery. That's exactly how I felt about it. It was a scary room, but it felt like if you stayed out, it would leave you alone. That it was distracted by its rage and grief. She felt female. Then downstairs to the main floor. We went through the living room and kitchen, paused in the weird little dining room. All rooms kind of open to each other, the kitchen and dining room especially. Then went down the stairs to the basement. The door to the basement was in that weird dining room area. We did an intense circle of the packed with stuff basement, then back up to the main floor. My mother said normally basements are weird, but this one was so normal and fine, that was a little weird. The energy was at the top of the stairs to the basement. When in the dining room or the kitchen, you could feel a presence watching you intensely, but not threatening, like curious and hanging out. Again, exactly what I felt, without being given any info. My boyfriend still didn't believe me, but oh well. Second story, years previous to this, in my very early 20s, I went to a community college that was built on some grounds that had mad history. Not like scary stories, but went back to Aboriginal times. It once was a racetrack for horses, then more recently turned into a big strip mall for a small and trashy community. The strip mall was then upgraded into newer shops and this college that I went to. I had been there a bunch of times before it was rebuilt, and it always felt creepy as fuck. Now that it was the college, the energy was still there, but it was prettier. Anyway, I focused on my schooling. One day, I went to the bathroom, which was a teeny tiny little space between 2 doors that opened into a small 3-stall bathroom. I picked the middle stall, and I looked into each of the 3 stalls first, to make sure I was alone, as at the time I was a nervous peer. If anyone came in, I would hear them clearly opening 2 heavy doors before they got into the main room. No one entered. Classes were in session. I went into the stall and locked it. I was facing the toilet and away from the door when something bang, bang, banged on my stall door. I turned to see it shaking on its hinges. In shock, I just sat down and peed as intended. I looked up and gold and silver sparkles were falling from the air. I'm a migraine sufferer. I know optical aura. This wasn't it. They disappeared, and I spent about 10 minutes trying to recreate the sound and the shaking of my stall door to try to explain it. But nothing made the sound or shook the door, except when I smashed on it with my fist. At the time, I was a churchgoer, and my pastor said the sparkles represent angels. Whatever the truth is, I feel like the banging was a negative entity attacking me, and the sparkles were a positive force defending me. I've closed myself off since, and no longer experienced anything, now in my late 30s. So I've had experiences my entire life. The house we grew up in, my parents rehabbed from top to bottom. Before they bought it, it sat empty for decades. We later found out it was an old boarding station for trains. The tracks were literally in our backyard. And an old man and his granddaughter were murdered there in the 1920s. My entire family had experiences in that house. One of my brothers saw an old man going up and down the stairs all the time. My brother's bedroom and parents' bedroom were on the 2nd story. Mine and my sister's both on the 1st. I would constantly feel someone tugging on the back of my shirt whenever I was in the kitchen alone. My sister saw a little girl a handful of times. And then, my youngest brother, when he was around 2, would push our porch swing and talk to a little girl. That's what he told us. Never anything bad, though. I've continuously had experiences throughout life in a lot of different places. Anywho, my boyfriend and I moved into our house about a year and a half ago. Behind our backyard and neighbourhood is an old cemetery. In the first week or so, he and I were laying in bed watching TV. I got up to use the bathroom, and as I started leaving our room, saw a man walk from the basement stairs into the kitchen. I kind of froze, then brushed it off. I was seeing things due to being so tired. 30 minutes later, he got up to go to the bathroom, stopped, turned around and said, "I swear I just saw an old man walk from the stairs into the kitchen." Alright then, I'm not crazy. Since then, things happen constantly. Stuff flies off the top of the fridge, banging noises. A couple of months ago, as I was standing at my kitchen sink washing dishes, one of my kitchen chairs slid from across the table across the room. I've had stuff fly off the counters and hit me. Nothing heavy. I don't feel whatever it is menacing in any way, rather that it's playful and just wants attention. About a week or so ago one night, my boyfriend was off at work. My kids were at their dad's, so my pup and I were laying in bed watching TV. All of a sudden, he walked to the foot of the bed and started barking. His hair was standing up, and he just kept barking for close to 10 minutes. Every once in a while, he stops and runs over to me. He goes back and does it again. I started recording it to show my boyfriend, and when we watched it back, I noticed what could possibly be an orb that floated up from the area my pup was barking at, and out of the frame. Our house is quite old. It's in the historic district of our little city. I love our house, and these experiences don't bother us. It's definitely way more active than anything else I've experienced, though. My daughter is special. We both almost died twice when I was pregnant with her, thanks to the complications of emergency surgery and bleeding internally. Since she was small, there's always been weird things in all her pictures, or she said things she was never exposed to. For example, she was 2 years old when she told me she was scared of the spooky with no eyes trying to come in the house. Or when she told me the man next door was dead, just before the cops knocked on the door to ask us if we were aware the man died outside in his patio chair. It was midsummer. Regardless, I just bought a house for me and my family. Since we started moving in, our daughter has been playing with her friend. We moved in February of this year. At the end of September, I started to feel very uncomfortable in my home, especially if I was having a mother-daughter day with Bird. I just shrugged it off as paranoia, since my honey is working crazy hours and raising a 3-year-old while recovering from a serious car accident is exhausting. Till one night, when we were FaceTiming with my cousin in the Netherlands, when Bird just started shouting at the other couch. "No, that's my mommy. Mine, not yours. I don't like you anymore. Go away. You're bad. Biting is bad." I was shocked, because my girl usually only shouts about her lipstick. I blamed Grandman. And Cubby, my 140-pound dog, always trying to get her snacks. Anyways, I asked what she was talking about, and what she was just creeped me out. She said, "My friend that is here that's sometimes wet is dead. She's from outside. She was nice before, but now she wants to try to bite me, because you are my mommy. Mine, not hers." I just reassured my daughter that I am her mommy, and that she was right about that part. Then I tried to redirect her to something else. My cousin I was FaceTiming with recommended I smudge the house just in case. I did, and that's when shit got real. The bulb by my furnace busted. Could hear footsteps running around upstairs when no one was up there, and my dog still refuses to go up there. It culminated in the one-sided shouting match I walked in on yesterday. I was bringing in a hope box because I just had my second miscarriage, and my sister-in-law made me one. Bird went in before me because it was paint day. We do fun stuff every day when the dad is out of town. I was at the top of the stairs and just coming down to get the munchies I left in the SUV, when I swear I was pushed down my steps. Bird started shouting that it wasn't nice and that I still had boo-boos. Median nerve is still healing. My dog my cubby bear started barking. I just laid against my floor, not believing what just happened, and wondering if maybe I just tripped and thought I was pushed. Anyways, I comforted my girl and reassured her I was fine. Reassuring my big fur baby I was sore but okay. It wasn't till my honey got home tonight and was rubbing my back that he asked about my bruises. I told him I fell. He then told me to look at them in the mirror, and that's when I felt my stomach drop into my slippers. And I don't know what to think or feel anymore. The real event. Years ago, when my granddad was alive, my family and I went to a beach. When we arrived, it was scorching hot, but literally 5 minutes after our arrival, it started to pour down with rain. We all just went back to the car and waited for the rain to pass, which it did after 15 minutes. That's it. Not much else to it. Just a funny memory from when I was a kid. The dream version. In the dream, it's just me and my granddad at the beach. None of my other family members were there, just us. As it starts to rain, we don't turn back to go to the car. We start to walk towards the sea. My granddad walks with me to the water and then stops and says, "I can't go any further. I'm afraid, sweetheart, but you'll be just fine on your own." I nod and carry on walking forwards into the sea, and I don't stop. I keep going forwards until I would drown, and that's when I wake up. It's important to mention that I had a close bond with my granddad, and sometimes wonder if his ghost haunts my house. It's the typical haunting signs: flickering lights, being able to smell his scent, things seemingly moved out of place, TVs turning on by themselves, etc. I'm not really scared of ghosts. My granddad always told me not to because they're not there to harm us. But after his passing, I always felt connected to him, like he's gone, but he never really left. I always have the dream when I'm feeling stressed the day prior. And despite it being a really scary dream, considering the fact that I literally drown as he watches from the shore, I always oddly wake up feeling a sense of calmness. It's like pressing a reset button, all my worries just go away. It's really complicated to explain, and I'd probably just see a psychiatrist or something. Can ghosts even contact you through dreams? Because that's what it feels like. It's as if my granddad's way of saying everything will be alright. Maybe I'm just being stupid. I don't know. So I have a ghost, confined mostly to my room, but has loudly knocked on my upstairs door, has been heard walking around upstairs, but mostly stays in one room flipping over small objects and rustling my curtains and vines. I've personally seen this entity take an empty can and flip it onto its side with no interference from the natural world. No fans, windows, drafts, movements or animals. He does it a lot. It's a very active ghost. I work from home, so I see it several times a day. The other day, I tried my rarely used art of scrying. Scrying is when you put your face near and look deep into a dark reflective surface in dim light and unfocus your eyes, letting the reflection of your face change and morph to answer the present question in your mind. You can do it in a dark cup of water, although I have an obsidian plate. Try it a few times to exercise your third eye. You'll be surprised how well it works. In this scrying exercise, I asked myself, what was the entity wandering my home? And the faintly glowing form of a person appeared from the shapes in my face, looking out a window. I asked, what does it want? And the window changed to an open door. This is all very blurry, of course, and needs to use the reflections of light bouncing off your face in the mirror, as well as your unblinking, unfocused eyes to blur everything into different shapes. So anyway, here I am. How do I get him to leave? The poor soul is trapped and I assume acting out because it wants freedom. Does anyone have any suggestions on how to release him from this mortal prison? Again, not a joke. Please give scrying a try, and if anyone has any advice on this subject, it would be greatly appreciated. When I was around 4 years old, Me and my parents moved into a new home. A pretty big, spacious home with high ceilings and everything. I apparently met a new friend in that house named Alice, and we instantly became best friends and did everything together. My mum had to make plates of food for her. I used to take biscuits for her. Everything we did, Alice was always with us. My parents thought nothing of it at first, thinking it was just my imagination and I had made up a new friend. But I think they thought wrong as peculiar things began to happen. One of the first things that happened was the baby monitors having interference. I've already explained that the house was very big, and my parents set up baby monitors in the house, so if I shouted for them, they could hear me. But every once in a while, it would pick up white noise as if something was trying to communicate. It couldn't have been connected with other baby monitors in the area, because both of our next door neighbours didn't have young children, so there'd be no need for them to have baby monitors on. Another thing that used to happen was footsteps upstairs when nobody was up there. It would either sound like somebody was playing in my room when I wasn't there, or somebody walking backwards and forwards in the hallway. My parents obviously would go up to check, but there would be nobody there. There was one particular occasion that still freaks my mum out to this day. She was downstairs in the living room, and she could hear movement upstairs in my room. Thinking it was just me playing, but then she quickly remembered that earlier that day, she had dropped me off at my grandparents'. She eventually plucked up the courage to go upstairs and have a look, but when she entered my room, everything was normal. My behaviour was also not good in this house. I would have random tantrum outbreaks and scream the house down, and I would refuse to sleep in my bed alone. One of the creepiest things that happened is that one night, my mum was putting me to sleep, and we said our good nights. As she was about to leave the room, I said, "Night, Becky," and she turned around confused and proceeded to ask me why I had said that. And I turned around and said, "That wasn't me, that was Alice." We left that house when I was around 7 years old, and I never spoke about Alice again after that. My parents still being confused at the events that happened in that house. I'd also like to quickly mention that I don't remember anything about Alice. I remember the house so well, but I don't remember anything about Alice. But maybe that's just the way it's supposed to be. So I just moved in from an apartment building to a quite old house, which was at first quite strange to me, since the apartment I lived in was small, and the family wanted to quickly swap, even though they had a bigger house, and they have I think 3 children that will have to share one bedroom, but they still really wanted to swap with us. So we did the swap and there was not much going on at the start. Things began to get a bit weird from there. At first, I started only hearing some weird sounds like footsteps coming from upstairs. Didn't really pay much attention to that. After some time, occasionally doors in the house, mostly to my bedroom, started opening by themselves. One time on Halloween night, the doors to my room busted open like someone kicked it. I then started waking up sometimes at about 3 at night by my dog that sleeps in my room every night, barking and growling at nothing in the room. This happened a lot. Not every night, but maybe a few times a month. I started hearing heavy things being dropped in my bedroom from time to time, but when I went to check, I could never find anything that might have fallen, although sometimes I can see things falling on their own. One night, a cabinet opened itself and a jar dropped from it. I remember 3 days ago, I woke up in the morning to get ready for college, and my dad's guitar started playing by itself. It wasn't any songs, just like something was hitting random strings. After that, the guitar just fell. The guitar was standing there for about a month without anyone ever touching it. I have an EMF, so I tried to leave it on my shelf and record through the night with a night vision camera, but I didn't manage to capture anything. One night, I did record something that looked like an orb, but I thought that it was just a bug. A few nights ago, I remember I woke up at around 3 a.m. to see my dog again growling at nothing in my room, when suddenly the door opened by itself. My dog walked out of my room through that door and started barking at something at the bottom of the stairs. I told her to go back in, close the door, but she did not stop growling. This might also sound a bit weird, but sometimes you can feel like something is staring at you when you walk up the stairs. I've also got an Alexa, and sometimes when no one says anything, she'd randomly go, "Sorry, I didn't quite catch that." But she'd start playing some random Wikipedia articles when no one was talking to her. As I said, I don't know if I'm overreacting or not, but just thought I might ask for some help. So I once had a girl over my house who was from Africa. I forget which part, but from what she described, it was very superstitious and violent about its superstitions. This girl's mother was killed for being a witch, and that's why the girl I knew and her family moved to the UK. She told me all this while round my house one night, and me being a dick made a joke about her mother being a witch. I was a teenager, and I would never do this now. I'm really not proud of myself. One night, about 6 months after I made jokes about the deceased mother, I was laying in my bed scrolling on my phone, and randomly, I had a really intrusive thought come into my head that I should apologise to this girl. It was really compelling, and like I'd totally forgotten about the experience. I was a typical idiot lad at the time, and would never apologise to anyone because I thought I was oh so alpha. So I brushed the thought off. As I'm laying on my bed playing on my phone, an old toy I had in my wardrobe, which was at least 2 meters away from my bed, came crashing down right onto the middle of my chest, and the room became very cold all of a sudden. I freaked out like you wouldn't believe. I'm pretty sure I cried. Needless to say, I apologised to the girl the next day. And once I had, it was like a weight off my chest. She explained that I had really offended her, as she never told many people, and the fact that I took the piss was something she thought about often. Now, I never saw anything spooky, but I still remember the strength of the intrusive thought. It was honestly like the thought was not my own at all. It came on really strong, and didn't fit my character at all for that age in my life. A few years ago, we had just gotten back from vacation. It was about 8 p.m, and my brother asked to borrow the car. He and his girlfriend, now wife, left. He drove one car and she was in the other, and they began driving to her house. After they left, I had fallen asleep and had a terrible nightmare that my brother had died. Waking up, I was crying and could hear my mom running through the house. She had been doing laundry, and when she went to go back upstairs, she left the laundry room to see a dark shadow figure looming at the end of the hallway. She felt strange looking at it, but it didn't quite feel bad, but it still spooked her, causing her to run upstairs. Not even 10 minutes later, she got a phone call from my brother's girlfriend that he had gotten into a car accident, and they were rushing him to the hospital. When he crashed his car, he had broken his neck and vertebrae in his spine. He's lucky to not be paralysed. The paramedics said he was dead for 2 minutes before they got him back. The next day, when my brother woke up, he immediately called my mom and said he saw her in the hallway after he crashed his car. While he was dying, the first thing he did was visit my mom. I later found out that all my sisters had the same dream that I did, and my father woke up because he just knew something was wrong. My brother died and came back to us. We don't know how he survived, and we aren't sure why he healed abnormally fast, but he did. We're lucky. He's still with us. He was released and was making a steady recovery at home, and was on bed rest till he was fully healed. At the time, he was living in our basement with his girlfriend, now wife. This particular day, they were the only two home, and his girlfriend had gone upstairs to make dinner. When she left, my brother claimed that the room had suddenly gotten dense and a chill took over, and he couldn't move because he was still in pain and wearing a brace. He couldn't sit up on his own. So looking out of the corner of his eye, he saw something creeping over to him. He crawled onto his chest and sat there slowly suffocating him. He couldn't do anything but pray that his girlfriend would come downstairs and save him. And she did. She casually walked in and saw a dark shadow sitting on his chest. My brother's face had turned purple from lack of oxygen. As she stepped forward, it was suddenly gone. She ran to him and asked if he was okay, and he began describing the creature to her. He described it as having a triangular head, a hunched form and spindly arms and legs. It was humanoid. Its skin looked as if it were burnt. After this had happened, they decided to leave the house. We blessed our home and their new home as well. But before the blessings happened, we got footage of the ghost on camcorders. I'll have a look for the footage, but if anyone is interested in seeing mild paranormal activity. So what I will be telling you happened long before my brother's accident, and before he had even met his wife. So my sisters are very close, and growing up they shared a bedroom by choice, and made the other room their closet. Well, this closet was in the basement, directly across from my brother's bedroom. At this time, he had gone away with the army and wouldn't be back for a few more months. What I'm about to tell you happened on a school night. It was about 8 or 9 p.m, and we were cleaning up dinner and getting ready for bed, and watching movies, when the younger of my two sisters decided to go to the closet to get clothes for the next day. She headed downstairs, turning on all the lights as she went down the hall. We were all scared of the basement. She closed the door behind her and was collecting clothes when she heard a noise from across the hall. Assuming it had been my mother, she continued. But then she heard it again, but this time it sounded like something was being thrown around. Getting scared, she ran to the door, only to find it had been locked. Knowing this made her panic, and she started to scream for help, and she continued to hear the tumbling from the other room. It got quiet for a moment, and she calmed down, but then she heard sounds of breaking wood and my brother's room literally being torn apart. The whole time this was happening, she was screaming. Then suddenly, the noises moved to scratching just outside the door and then stopped, and didn't continue from there. So she got up, and the door easily opened, so she ran upstairs and told us someone was in the basement. My dad ran downstairs to find my brother's room completely torn apart. Ripped clothing and torn sheets, broken shelves and dresser drawers. Not a single person in the house heard a single thing. Not a peep, not a crash, and we were all in the living room above the stairs. A normal conversation can be heard perfectly from anywhere in the house, and whispers can be heard, but not distinguishable. You don't miss a thing in that house. But somehow, not a single person heard anything. It's terrifying how spirits, demons and ghosts can do that. I'll start with events that began to occur when I was dating my first real girlfriend, back when I was in my early 20s, about 7-ish years ago. My girlfriend had always told me she was haunted, and at the time, I was much more of a skeptic than I am now. Our apartment was on the top floor of a small building. There were only 3 stories, and 4 apartments per floor. Weird stuff had tended to happen around the apartment from time to time. Most notably, a picture that we had hung on the wall always seemed to fall off its hook with some level of regularity. I chalked it up to it just not sitting on the hook very well, but sometimes we'd come home and find it quite far across the room, sitting on the floor, which I couldn't explain. We also had 3 cats at the time, and they all seemed to, at different times, stare at the same corner of the room, of the ceiling. They would sit there for long periods, just staring into the empty corner. These things were weird, up until this point, but things got far creepier. One night, my brother and his then-time fiancée, now wife, came over for a visit. My sister-in-law claimed to be very strong spiritually, and she and my girlfriend decided it would be a good idea to play with a Ouija board, which I'm sure I don't have to tell you, it's a bad idea for the inexperienced. My sister-in-law and girlfriend were able to make contact with something that answered questions that I asked that neither of them could possibly know. I wanted to test to see if they were messing with me and my brother. I asked what my recently passed grandfather had told me before he died. The correct answer. I, who was working as an EMT at the time, asked about a patient who had died that none of them ever knew about. Correct answer. At the time, I was understandably creeped out. The board even accurately predicted some future events that have come and passed. It told us that my patients followed me around for some time after they passed, before they moved on. I also said that the corner that the cats were always staring at was the place in our apartment where the spirits of my grandfather and girlfriend's mother congregated. Unfortunately, it was the stuff that happened in the months and years after we had played that were truly unnerving. From that night on, things escalated. The first thing was that the picture on the wall began falling off with much greater regularity and travelled much further. One day, while sitting in the living room, the picture flew off the wall and landed completely across the room. We were so startled that we stopped putting the picture back on the wall and left it leaning on our fireplace from then on. Being that we lived in an apartment, the hallway light outside of our apartment was always on, and looking at the front door at night, you could see the light from the hallway shining under the door. One night, we started noticing that you could see 2 breaks in the light, like someone was standing right outside our door. We investigated many times, trying to figure out what was going on. We moved everything away from the door, thinking it was just our doormat. It was still there. We opened the door several times, thinking maybe someone was actually out there, but the hallway was always empty and quiet. We even tried sneaking up to the door very quietly and peeking through the peephole, thinking maybe someone was pranking us. We never saw anyone or anything. The worst part was that the shadows came and went. They weren't always there, but became so regular that at night, if I had to go to the bathroom, I'd make a point of not looking towards the door, because I didn't want to see if whatever it was there. The fire alarm system in the building at that time started to go wonky as well. We had lived there for a year before we used a Ouija board and never had issue, but after that night, the alarm for the whole building would randomly start to go off in the middle of the night, but wouldn't shut off until the fire department showed up and shut it off. They came to the door after the 3rd or 4th time it happened and asked if we were all right. We said yes and asked what was going on. He said they had no idea, but the system kept on getting activated for no reason. Cupboard doors in our kitchen would open on their own, and our Google Home would start talking to no one and say things like, "I can't do that," when no one had spoken or even made a noise. One time it even made a really loud and strange squeaking noise. After that, we unplugged it and never plugged it back in. While I was working out of town for a while, my girlfriend was finishing her last year of university. We would text all day and video chat at night. She told me on 2 occasions that something had woken her up and she couldn't explain. Once, she said she was woken up to the sound of someone clapping, once right behind her head. She was so scared she froze and didn't move and didn't roll over to look out of fear. The second time, she said she was woken out of deep sleep by the sound of a woman screaming in her ear. She was terrified, and I felt so helpless because I was at least a 9-hour drive away. A couple years later, we broke up, and I'm now living alone in a townhouse. By the way, not the first time I've lived alone, in the town close to the main city. The previous tenant went through some hard times, became unable to pay their rent, and ended up basically fleeing the house in the middle of the night. They must have left some bad energy behind. From the first night after I moved in, I found that there was a weird energy to some of the rooms, and the main floor made you feel unwelcome and uncomfortable at night. It makes you feel anxious when you're down there alone. It got to the point where I wouldn't stay down there at night. I'd go up to my room and stay there all night. I thought for a long time that it was just me being scared just because I was by myself in the house. That was until I started dating my next girlfriend, who said that she felt the same way when she was down there at night, even when I was home. She's quite a spiritual person and actively does spiritual practices. She felt the house had a frightened energy about it, like imagining the energy of a scared child, which was exactly how I would describe it. The last major thing to happen was about 2 or 3 months before we moved out. We were sitting downstairs on the main floor watching TV. My girlfriend was sitting on the other couch and had her hand hanging down, when she said that something cold passed her hand. She sat up and put her hand out and said it was like a cloud of cold air, and it was moving. I put my hand out and felt it. It was like running your hand through cold fog. We followed for about a minute before it disappeared. We never experienced anything like that again. Since moving, nothing strange or unexplained has happened, knock on wood. I'm now a firm believer, and I've had the skeptic scared right out of me. About 3 years ago, I had my first experience with an incubus, or so I feel it was. I was in a bedroom with my door open to the hallway. I had a deep dream that I was chained to a bed in a place I've never seen before, and I was being, well, you know. Anyway, I woke up to my clothes down and my butt in the air, and it was still happening, just in the actual bedroom. Honestly, I couldn't stop. My head was clouded, my back felt hot, and at that moment, the only thing I could think was just let it happen. Now, I wrote it off as just a mind thing. Though I felt this feeling of being followed for a while, as well as being cuddled up to at night, the feeling of being held almost as soon as you hit the bed, something checking your stomach, kissing you, and the pure energy of jealousy radiating when interacting with others is just questionable. It happened again at least 3 times during my first move in the same year. I'd tense up. The middle of the night, I felt a ghost around me, breathing in my neck. Not even sexually, but just there. Then other nights, I'd have the pure force of my hair being yanked back and being kissed and groped, as one would say passionately. I'm a bit thick, but when those arms would run underneath, I felt my weight drop underneath me, like a person would feel when being lavished by a strong human lover. The other night, I experienced the strongest version of this. I felt like a tossed salad, but strangely, in a good way. I couldn't move even if I wanted to, because I felt purely intoxicated. Again, I felt that weird stomach checking. My stomach indeed did feel weird, but it felt like something was constantly rubbing my stomach. The next day, whenever talking to someone, I felt that jealous energy pass by every now and again. In a way, I almost fell into it. I talked to my roommate, who was also spiritually inclined. She told me she almost experienced something similar the same night. I honestly don't know how to feel about that. I have someone who experienced it. It makes me feel less like I'm talking out of my head, and it's nice to hear. But can anyone give me advice about this? How should I go about it? My other friend told me to just say no, and when I basically told them to get the fuck out the last time, I literally got a string of bad, like in 2 seconds. Wasps, spiders, centipedes, stuff falling. I think that was around the time my crystal went missing all alone in one night. It was weird. I grew up in a house that my parents still live in. I'm 31 and have a daughter of my own who's 3 years old. When I was a little kid, I remember having a dream of seeing a little girl in my parents' room. Spent my childhood scared of my parents' room and being alone in the house. By my late teens, 3 or 4 people had said they'd seen or heard things in that house, including seeing a little girl. I still to this day have night terrors about the place and the little girl, so I don't know if it was a dream I had when I was little. A few years ago, my parents had a house fire and the place had to be renovated. During the renovation, the builders reported taps being turned on and sounds and so on. Fast forward to yesterday morning, visiting my family with my daughter, and she always plays on the stair lift going up and down the stairs. Then it went quiet for a minute or two while we all sat downstairs. I walked up the stairs to check on her, and she was walking along the landing, chin shaking, a big bubbling lip and teary-eyed. I said, "What's wrong?" And she just kept saying, "I want to go home." I carried her downstairs and managed to calm her down with my family. I thought she might have caught her finger in the door or the cat swiped at her. I said, "Do you want to show me what happened?" She nodded, and we walked upstairs. She walked to my mum's room and pointed at a teddy on the floor and said it jumped on her. She seemed convinced, and no one put the words in her mouth or had mentioned anything paranormal around her while we were there. I didn't want to keep on at her and scare her, but as soon as she said she wanted to go home, I knew something spooky was up. I don't like going in there anyway, and now even more so. I've never really told anyone this story, other than my wife. A few years ago, I decided to get into funeral work as a part-time gig and see what it was like, possibly doing a career shift into that line of work. Called a few in the area, and only one wanted me to come in to talk. Drove to this funeral home, and of course, it's the oldest, creepiest one in the area. The director came out, and she was super pleasant and actually offered me a part-time job helping out. She puts me on a 1 week on, 1 week off schedule for helping with the actual funeral services and also removals, picking up a recently deceased person. My first removal call was around 11:30 at night. I was nervous to say the least. I show up to the home and she's waiting in the removal van with the cart. She tells me we're going to the hospital morgue to pick someone up. We get there and she goes through the motions teaching me the process, moving the body from slab to cot, buckling them, wrapping them, and away we go. Get back to the funeral home and wheel him into the prep room. I helped her move him on the table and said she wants me to help set his facial features. Not going into detail, it's a little intense for me. After we finish, I'm at the sink washing my hands, and the phone on the wall turns on speaker mode, dial tone, then nothing. After the phone started making these weird, slow, pronounced sounds, I looked at her and she said, "Okay, that's enough for tonight," and we left. 2 days go by, and I come back in to help dress this guy into his funeral tux. Again, the phone does the same thing. I asked if that phone ever did that, and she said it hasn't. Next day is the funeral service. We get everything prepped in the church, then everyone is showing up. The minister was going on about this individual and his time in the military. He said that this guy had stuff to do with Morse code type things. The director looked right at me like a light bulb went off, and it dawned on me. Holy shit, that phone sounded like it was doing Morse code. I'll never forget that, and always wondered if and what he was trying to tell us. One day back in 2013 or so, I was out riding my bike in Las Vegas, where I lived at the time, looking around for people with horses so I could ask them to help work their horses. Clean stalls or teach lessons. I lived right off the strip in a motel called Manor Suites. Right there was Warm Springs, and so I started my journey there. There are several horse properties in the area, and one of the very first I ran across was very close. I saw a nice long house, and in the back, which was clear to see from the road and stretched back, were horses. I rode to the side of the house on the street, and saw they had a full set of horses, one in each stall. I looked around, hoping to see someone, and as I was about to give up, I saw a little girl. She was wearing old-timey clothing, and her hair was braided so perfectly in 2 braids down the side of her head. Her hair was red, and she was pale-faced and freckled. She had a large cowgirl hat, bandana around her neck, and the rest of her was denim, jacket and pants with brown boots. I spoke to her, and she seemed almost frightened. I asked if her parents were around, and she said they weren't there anymore. I figured she meant they were out at work. It was a weekday, and roughly 1 p.m, so likely they were still out at work. So I asked if she needed help with the horses, and she shook her head no, and said I'd come back later to talk to her parents when they came back. She just shook her head yes, and walked back in the already open tack room door. Now this would never have caused any alarm if I never went back, but I did. And I met the owner of the property and even worked with her horses and did lessons for her clients for a few years. And I met both of her daughters. They were both blonde-haired girls who looked nothing like the little girl I saw. I thought for the longest time it was just a client I was talking to. Like, yeah, her parents were gone because she didn't live there. Her mother dropped her off and that's what she meant. Makes sense, right? Well, one day after a few months, I remembered that little girl I spoke with, and I asked the owner about her to see if she was a client I kept missing for some reason and never saw. And when I brought her up, the owner looked me dead in the face and asked, "You see her too?" I was confused at first, thinking she might be a neighbour's kid coming over and doing things on a property without permission. But the look in her face made me realise she wasn't furious. She was terrified. She then begins to tell me she's had people come over before to talk to her about her daughter, while both of her daughters swear they never talk to anyone. And this red-haired child would be seen by people. She then told me not to mind her, and she shook her head trying to forget I had even mentioned it, and it was the last I spoke to her about it or brought it up. I've lived in my flat for 2 years with my partner and daughter, and weird little things keep going on. My new personal favourite being the glass Yankee candle lid that I put on the carpet moved several inches across the floor in front of me and my partner. The strangest being that my partner dropped his ring on the bedroom floor between us as we were standing opposite from each other. We heard it drop, saw it on the floor and left it there and thought, we'll pick that up in a minute. We finish talking and both go to pick up the ring, but it's not there. We scour the room, looking in places that it couldn't possibly be, but it couldn't be found. After weeks of looking, it still could not be found. Anyway, during a thorough tidy-up, I grabbed my daughter's carrier bag of felt pens and debated just chucking them out, but thought better of it and went through the bag. Lo and behold, the damn ring was in there, in a different room, in a bag of pens that hadn't been touched in months. And no, my daughter didn't do it. My daughter's doors turn on, as do the lights, and we don't dare pop out without keys as the front door has managed to lock somehow. The front door is the type where it's impossible to lock yourself out. Someone has to turn the knob on the inside handle. One night, our cat, new to our family at the time, was insistent that me and my partner wake the hell up. I was talking to the cat, asking politely what the hell he wants so badly at 4 a.m. Out of ideas as to what he wanted, I asked, "Do you want to go out?" The fire escape is his balcony. I hear a very deep and to the point no. And no, the cat can't talk. The last biggie was when I was in the kitchen with my partner having a chat. I'm by the door and he's on the other corner of the kitchen. I feel a hand brush up the front of my shoulder area as if to say, "Excuse me." I freak out a little and dive next to my partner and tell him what I just felt. He kind of laughed it off until the box of tea on the side, close to where I was standing, moved across the side. Things move about quite frequently where I live, but we're used to it now. My maternal grandmother, we'll refer to as Elle, died when my mom was just 16 years old. My mom actually wound up losing both of her parents in '83 to cancers. Her father was a prick, her words, not mine, and was unfaithful to my grandmother on multiple occasions, causing them to split. My mom was distant with my grandfather and very close to my grandmother. Surprisingly, her relationship with her is much like ours. Fight hard, love hard, but always have your best interest at heart. It was an accident. My mom doesn't like to use the term "oops baby," but well, we all know I was one. I'm the youngest of 3, ruled by my older sister and even older brother. My brother looks remarkably like my maternal uncle. My sister looks like my paternal aunt. And I look like my maternal grandmother, Elle. I've always felt connected to Elle, despite never getting the chance to meet her and being born 20 years after her death. My due date was Elle's birthday, and I was born 3 days after. When I was younger, I was obsessed with ghosts. My dad, originating from Mexico, always had some ghost-like lore to tell me. My haunted house. Around 8 years old was when I started noticing things around my house, and it happened in a more profound way than you think. I was throwing a ball for my small dog and accidentally threw it into a corner behind a box. Me being the lazy 8-year-old, I refused to go get it and called it quits. Seconds later, my dog started violently barking as I watched her bright orange small tennis ball fly out of the corner and roll by my side. Odd, but I just tried to ignore it. My parents were hard workers, and they started their own business in 2011, which meant there were often days when me and my siblings were home alone, which wasn't an issue because my older siblings were teenagers, or just about. We loved making silly videos with our toys, and that's how we spent most of our time. However, there was one time where we were calling our landline from a cordless house phone so we could record a scene for our video. All fun and games, right? After we finished messing around with the phone, it started ringing, this time unprompted by any of us. The caller ID read back our house phone number, and we were all baffled. The number repeatedly called, and we decided to just pick it up and see what was happening. Maybe it was a glitch and our parents were trying to reach us. We picked it up, dead in silence. My brother shouted into the phone for a response, and even threatened to call the police, and still nothing. So we hung up and decided to stop recording that night. For a year after, you could hear a phone ringing, muffled and quiet as you would walk down the stairs. We tried to solve the mystery, but to no avail, and one day it just stopped ringing. There were the usual things that happened after that: a shadowy figure, the smell of Elle's perfume, a woman's voice, the sound of people walking upstairs, and orbs of light. I've never been afraid of the ghost because I've always assumed it was Elle, and I loved Elle. But something happened in my freshman year of high school that made me question if it really was her, or someone else. I was home alone cleaning and putting things away. I was in the kitchen and I had some drawers and cabinets open. My dog was outside barking up a storm, and because I didn't want the neighbours to complain, I went outside to let her in. When I came back to the door, it was locked. I banged on the glass to see if maybe someone came home and locked the door, noticing it was unlocked before, but no. I went around to the front of the house and let myself back in. When I walked in the kitchen, all the cabinets were closed. Fast forward to junior year, I opened a cabinet and took out a coffee mug to make myself a hot drink. I carried the cup to the island counter and started preparing it. Out of nowhere, a mug flies off the shelf and smashed on the kitchen floor. I asked my brother, who was sitting facing the kitchen, if he saw it, and he was shocked and said he couldn't believe what just happened. My mother rushed in to make sure everything was okay, and we explained to her what happened. Upon further examination, we noticed it was a mug my mom had just painted at one of those pottery stores. Just last week, my mother went outside and the back door locked again, with me still in the room. More active than ever. Over the summer, I became really close with a friend of mine who we'll call R. I spent a lot of time with her, and now we're best friends. I love R because she was down to do whatever crazy thing I had on my mind, and was obsessed with ghosts and true crime just as much as I am. Now, if you don't know, Jews are pretty open to spirituality. Tarot cards, crystals, the afterlife, and things of that nature. So both of us, being Jewish, decided to explore that side of our religion. We'd get tarot card readings about our love life, but it never occurred to use it to contact whoever was in my house. R had dog sat for me a couple months before and had told me about how weird my house was when she was there alone. She even called me while I was in Disneyland because of how spooked she was. She was getting ready to leave, and clear as day, she heard a woman say something to her. She was so spooked, she ran out of my house and it took everything she had to go back alone. I wasn't the first person to tell me this or have an experience either. Every time someone house sits or dog sat for us, they have an encounter. We went to do a tarot card reader and had her do some digging for me. She used a pendant, so I was able to ask questions, all of which led me to communicating with Elle and getting reassurance. Armed with a tarot reading, pendant communication to Elle, and the courage, we purchased a spirit box. We wanted to use it, but figured since we weren't confident in it, we'd wait a bit. My parents moved my sister to another state mid-August, so I stayed with R for a few days. As R was on her way and I was packing, I heard a man speaking. I was completely freaked out because I was alone and my parents had made a comment about there being a van we'd never seen before outside. I thought someone had broken in while I was packing. I called out and got no response. I called R and had her stay on the line, and I stood in terror, ready to leave my house at a moment's notice. She came over, armed with self-defense weapons, and we went all over my house, in every room, and no one was there. I remember though, right before my family left, my mother accidentally smashed a picture frame of her and my great-great-grandmother. Elle passed away September 11th. My mom always blocked that day from her mind, before 9/11, because of her passing. But she received some information that made her question that date. Jews light a memorial candle for their loved ones on the day of their passing, and since she didn't know the date, we didn't light one. The next day, we were going out to brunch, and as we opened the door, a praying mantis was waiting for us. We thought it was so weird because we live in Arizona, and we've never seen one before. Something was nagging at me, telling me it was a sign. So I did my research and came to find out all the spiritual info about praying mantises being communicators from other dimensions. specifically female praying mantises bringing divine feminine energy. And if anyone knew Elle, that was her. Ever since that last month, I've just been feeling more and more connected to her. Help me make sense of it. If anyone can help me make sense of it or give me advice to communicate or figure out what or who is in my house, please let me know. My fiancé and I stayed in a cabin near the Smoky Mountains this past Saturday night for a quick getaway. I think it may have been haunted. Would love to hear what y'all think. Here's what happened. We got to the cabin around 7 p.m. Saturday. She got an off feeling when we pulled up and wanted to check out the place before we brought our stuff in, though I didn't know this was the reason at the time. Neither of us mentioned it to the other at the time, but we both felt something was a little off. It wasn't totally comfortable to be in that space. It felt at times like we were being watched. We both chalked it up to being in a remote area in a cabin with so many windows without blinds or curtains. We were also sleeping in a loft that was pretty visible throughout 3 sets of windows. We chilled in the hot tub that night after dinner. Both of us kept stealing glances inside for some reason, but still hadn't mentioned anything to one another. I kept worrying about who or what might be in the dark, just beyond my field of vision in the woods. Again, kept chalking it up to having read too much Stephen King. I found out later that she swept through the cabin while I was covering the hot tub back up because she had an uneasy feeling like someone was in the cabin. Later, when we went to bed, she was more anxious than I've ever seen her. She's intuitive as hell, so I was getting spooked too. She didn't want to freak me out with the ghost stuff, so she only mentioned out loud something about worrying about someone breaking in. I started dozing in and out eventually, and all of a sudden, she was sitting up and shining a phone's flashlight towards the wall and couch, opposite the bed. At the time, she said she had spooked herself looking at the stacked pillows. She told me later she thought she saw something over there watching us. We doze back off. She wakes up drenched in sweat and goes back to sleep. Around 3:30 a.m, we're woken up by the loft's fire alarm. It beeps loudly 3 or 4 times over the course of maybe 5 or 10 seconds at most, before abruptly stopping on its own. The kitchen smoke alarm doesn't go off. We hop up, get dressed, and start turning on lights to see if we see smoke. No smoke at all, but we both smell a distinct burnt smell, like that of electrical wires that are beginning to melt. Smell goes away within 5 minutes of us being awake. Can't find any source of the smell, and it never returns. My original thought when the alarm woke us up was that someone was trying to lure us out of the house. I'd felt so uneasy and so watched since we got there. We turned on the outside lights and peeked out. No one that we can see. I'm starting to think this might be supernatural at this point, but I don't want to freak her or myself out any more than we already were. Nothing else happened, but we both felt watched and uneasy the rest of the night. We stayed awake, packed our stuff, and waited out the rest of the night downstairs. There were a few freaks and other noises, but I know cabins tend to creak a good bit since they're made of wood. I was sitting where I could see the loft, and I couldn't shake the feeling of something being up there. We got the hell out of there as soon as there was enough daylight to see our surroundings while packing the car. We later looked back at pictures of the loft and found the reflections of 2 figures in a couple of pictures. I grew up in an old village in England where the houses are 500 plus years old. The house I grew up in has a garden with a wall that borders the local graveyard, which extends all the way down to what would have been the vicar's house, 2 properties further down the road, a house and then a pub, at one point in time. When I was young, I went to school with a girl and boy that lived at the old vicar's house. At the time, the family joked that it was haunted by a ghost, and people in the village said you could sometimes see an old woman in a rocking chair in the front window. I never saw this apparition. However, I did sometimes visit the house and stayed the night, just once. It was one of the eeriest places I've ever been, especially in certain areas of the house. It's hard to describe, but even thinking of it now gives me goosebumps. The only time I ever stayed there, I woke up in total terror and had wet the bed. Bearing in mind, I would have been 10 or so. This wasn't normal at all for me at my age. I lay there totally disturbed while hearing all kinds of unsettling things. Bumps, bangs, etc. Probably just my mind playing tricks on me, I hoped. Needless to say, I made the short walk home if I ever visited again. Years went by, and the girl I knew developed a rare cancer and later died. It was very sad, and she was the first person I ever knew to die. The family continued to live there for some years and eventually moved out of the house. The for sale sign went up and a new family moved in, a man and a woman with a young daughter. The father worked in London and was arranging certain things, while the mother and daughter moved in ahead of him. Well, the first night didn't go quite to plan for the family, as the mother, carrying her daughter, ran out in the middle of the night screaming about something being in the house. She pummeled on the pub's door until someone came to comfort her, but by that time, plenty of people had heard or been woken up by her screams of what was happening. They stayed with the family running the pub that night. The following day, a rather embarrassed-looking father returned to the village, clearly unimpressed with the nonsense behaviour from his wife. But his confidence lasted little longer than a few hours, as they got in their car and drove away in the middle of the night. Only the second night, staying in their new, haunted house. The next week, all the windows were left open and the house put up for sale again. I was told leaving the windows open was something to do with an exorcism, but I have no idea. Whatever the reason, I know I wouldn't step foot in that house now, even if he paid me. Firstly, let me say that this is all true, in all of its horror. I grew up in Ireland in the early 90s to 2000s, but I've resided in Australia for over a decade after globetrotting. That said, my siblings still recount the horror of the events and its impact on us. At the time, I had 5 brothers. We were a working class family, living in the outer Dublin suburbs in a lower socio-economic area. At that time, my father and mother, Ma and Da, decided we needed a larger house. They sold their smaller house and we moved, as I said, to a suburb which, to my 5-year-old eyes, looked like the most amazing place. But in reality, it was an average house with 4 bedrooms, 2 of which were tiny, and it was cold and had wood floors. We moved in, and it was noticed that the house was always cold. My ma was a clean freak, so it was a surprise to smell rotting eggs or other very fleeting smells. Then there was the barrel, which occurred at around 3 a.m. and was like a literal barrel flung down the stairs. Objects would also move and be found in the oddest of places. In such simple events, this is how it all started. It's funny how as kids we just believe what we're told. My ma would say, "That's just the neighbours," trying to explain away the noise, but at the time, the Richardsons, an elderly couple, lived there, so I doubt it was them. I'm not sure how much detail to add, so I'll skip quite a number of things and tell you the events which shaped my fear of the thing. I was 6 and sitting on the floor of my bedroom. Behind me were my bunk beds. The top one was my brother's. It was a huge steel bar which has clipped it in, with force to prevent a fall. To remove it, you had to lift it up with force and strength. I was sitting on the ground playing with some dolls. The bar impacted the wall in front of my head, missing me by inches. About a month later, there was a knock on the front door. I was asked to go check. As I walked towards the door, I happened to look up the stairs and saw clearly a black shadow or mass, about the same height as a human, just float down the hallway. I recall my older brother, tasked to look after me. He left me in the lounge and went upstairs to pee. We had one toilet. He called me, sounding terrified. He pointed at the frosted glass and said, "Do you see it?" We opened the window for a better look. It was like a large black bag floating around our yard, but gradually it elongated and then shortened and morphed into a kind of human shape before just flattening into the ground. These things are hard to explain because they're not normal. I recall this thought made us both feel absolutely terrified. On Halloween, when I was about 7, my brothers had the great idea to light candles in the hallway and open the front door and invite whatever spirits were lingering outside to come in. The candles flickered and blew out. About a month after this occurred, my brother, the eldest, died in a car wreck. He was a passenger and was only 17. Shortly after that, the third eldest brother told my mum that he was terrified as my brother, now deceased, had walked into his bedroom and sat on the bed. My mum, being a Catholic, wasn't perturbed by spiritual experiences, but what got her was that his eyes were dead and his mouth curled into a kind of strange smirk. I recalled a scream and some conversations about talking to a priest, but that was it. A while later, my dad, who was a complete skeptic, had his own experience. As a child, I just recall him screaming at the top of the stairs. As the story unfolded, when I was old enough, he told me that he was walking up the stairs and saw large shadows form. He felt rooted to the spot. He felt like he couldn't move. He has an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. He said that there was a thick atmosphere with a smell of smoke. He screamed and it was over. Our house was always ice cold, despite having the boiler checked. It was so cold, as kids we used to breathe out and pretend the air was cigarette smoke. The thing was always around. One night, about a year after my eldest brother passed, the second eldest had a few drinks at his Deb's, a party for high school graduates, and he went to his room. It was late. He woke us up screaming, saying he was attacked by an old man. My dad just made fun of him, like he thought my brother had one too many. I recall him checking his back and my dad's face fell. His back was scratched up and very high. They were deep. At that point, my mum turned to the church. A priest came and took us all individually to question us. That's when it came to light that my second eldest brother had a spirit board hidden behind his wardrobe, which he and his friends had used. My mum was livid. The priest confirmed through investigation of a demonic presence. This was really just the start of it, to be honest. I grew up on the island of Guam for the first 17 years of my life. My family moved from the Philippines, and Guam was home for the time I was there. Coming from the Philippines, I was exposed to all kinds of myths and legends. The country was exposed to Spanish and American colonialism for several hundred years, and with it came alongside the respective myths and legends. Catholicism was brought along and amplified the local legends and myths, and quickly took root in the culture of the Philippines. I'm going to go off on a tangent. Southeast Asian ghost stories are by far the most terrifying thing that has graced my imagination. Half-man, half-horse demons, witches that kidnap the young, vampires living among you, and ancestral spirits that wandered the jungles, making sure you paid your respects. Guam was no different, and was subject to the changes and mixtures brought along by colonialism. One such myth was the legend of the White Lady. You can find legends of a lady dressed in a white around the globe. The stories are often based on a tragic incident such as suicide, miscarriage, and murder of a lover. The white flowing dress symbolises the purity and innocence of the ghost, despite her demeanour. The Guam legend goes along the lines of this. This legend dates back to the late 1600s. A dashing romantic Spanish officer pursued and courted a beautiful daughter of a prominent Chamorro family. Proud and happy for their daughter, the parents gave her permission to marry the officer. After the couple came back from their honeymoon, they settled in the village of Mena. In the beginning, the couple was happy, but the Spaniard's attitude began to change. Soon, he began to expect his wife to wait on him. He became demanding and abusive. There was a river not far from their home, and the water was fresh, pure, and sweet. He ordered his wife to fetch him water from this river every day. Finding it a relief to be away from her husband, the wife used this time as a happy and secret ritual. She took her time enjoying the serenity of the flowers and bamboo trees surrounding the river. She especially treasured the time she was at the river when there was a full moon. One day, she lost track of time and took longer when fetching the water. Her husband became angry and wanted to punish her. One stormy night, he commanded her to get water. The wind was blowing hard, the rain poured heavily, and the whole land was in total darkness. Because of the weather, she had a difficult time finding her way to the river. Not realizing she was near the riverbank, she walked right into soft, wet soil, when suddenly she felt herself pulled into the river with great force. The water was whirling and turbulent. It wrapped her with intense, raging force. She screamed, but no one heard her. The husband became so angry when she didn't come home that he immediately took off to look for her. Other villagers also went. The officer saw the aftermath of the storm and the still flooding river waters. He realized what happened and what he had done. His wife's body was never found, and the Spaniard became repentant, grieved for his wife, and died lonely not long afterwards. One night, I was driving out of my neighbourhood to head to basketball practice. The neighbourhood was surrounded by a thick jungle and a narrow, winding road. The road is dark and moonlight doesn't penetrate the thick leaves and foliage. Small houses flanked the winding portion of the road, and occasionally they'd light the surrounding darkness. The last turn before hitting the main road was the darkest part. You couldn't see beyond the corner, and you'd often be surprised by crossing bulls, deer, and people wandering that street. The one night I turned that corner, my blood froze. There she was, the lady in a white dress. Barefoot, long black hair, and a long, flowing white dress. I was terrified and shocked. I wasn't sure what to do. I slammed the brakes and stared at her, and she stared back at me. Seconds after we stared at each other, I recognized her. She was one of the girls who lived in the houses outside of my neighborhood. I was relieved. This is more or less an urban legend based on true events. When a member disappears, the first concern is the safety of said member. This story takes place at Travis Air Force Base, California. It's a massive Air Force base that belongs to the Air Mobility Command. AMC is responsible for transporting cargo, fuel, and personnel across the Air Force. It's a relatively high-tempo base compared to some of the other bases around the US. The story revolves around an airman that didn't show up to work one day. It wasn't necessarily just a one-time occurrence either. This man had a history of not showing up on time and just refusing to show up. The one time he didn't show up, he was contacted, but to no avail. Multiple phone calls led to nowhere, and eventually, his supervisor and first sergeant, think kind of like military human resources, showed up to his dormitory room. There was no one to answer the door, and the next step was to enter forcefully. There was no sign of struggle or apparent suicide. His vehicle was still in the parking lot, and his keys were still in the dormitory. A few weeks pass, and eventually, they give up on the search and declare him as AWOL. Then the new guy shows up. He eventually takes over the AWOL airman's dormitory. Life is normal for the most part, with the exception of a few odd occurrences. He notices things being moved after he returns from work. The experiences he had are mild, and initially he brushes them off. It only gets far more aggressive as time goes on. It gets to the point that what little furniture he has starts being shifted after he returns from work. It's not just the little things like a cup or his nightstand shifting. It's his mattress, his bed, and his food stuffed in the refrigerator. It escalates, and the airman reports hearing voices in the middle of the night while he's trying to sleep. The voice often attacks his character or his self-esteem, to the point it tells him to kill himself. The airman doesn't get much sleep anymore and ends up being late to work on several occasions. He tells his supervisor this and swears up and down that his dormitory is haunted. His supervisor entertains this idea and visits his room. Nothing is heard from the supervisor, but the airman swears up and down this is the case.
Eventually, he gets sent to the shrink for mental evaluation to see if he's fit for service. He gets diagnosed with schizophrenia or something along those lines. He gets medicated and sent to inpatient psychiatry. He eventually goes through a medical evaluation board to figure out if they should kick him out. The first sergeant went back to his room to gather some of his belongings per his request. Lo and behold, guess who's sitting on his bed? The airman that went AWOL eating a sandwich he helped himself to. Turns out he lived in the drop towel ceiling the entire time and would talk in the middle of the night to the new guy. It's the house I grew up in. Me, my brother and my mother are convinced that the house is haunted. My father doesn't believe in ghosts. So growing up, odd things happened. When I was little, I was convinced that there was something in my room. I could always hear something, sometimes even steps in my room. One day, a ball fell down from the attic at around 11 p.m, even though it was nowhere near the stairs. I sometimes heard movement in the hallway even though no one was there. Once, I saw a blue orb in the attic. I'm still confused about that. Recently, my brother revealed that he always felt like there was someone in his room. He sometimes saw a black mass in one specific corner of his room, but only when the lights were out. So my brother and I both moved out a few years ago, and now my parents live alone in their house. Some weeks, my mother hears all kinds of noises from all over the house when she's alone in the evening. My father sometimes works night shifts. When that happens, she closes the door, turns the TV louder, and keeps her dog close. Once she was home alone, and she could hear my father open the front door with his keys, close it, and take off his shoes. Except, no one came home. She waited for my father to come to her and say hello, but he didn't come home for a few more hours. A few weeks ago, my father went to take a shower while my mom was busy doing housework. My dad should have been in the shower already when my mom saw him go by the door towards the kitchen. She was confused but didn't think much of it, except when she saw no one was in the kitchen. She checked the bathroom and my father had indeed been showering already. She should have seen him come by the door again had he gone into the kitchen and back to the shower. She asked my dad, and he confirmed that he had been showering for a few minutes already. It's weird, because the odd stuff happens in phases. Some weeks or months, nothing happens at all. Other times, the house has a creepy vibe to it and odd stuff happens. Mostly weird noises like footsteps. Why would a ghost seemingly mimic my father? The parents built the house and no one has died there. My brother died 14 years ago, but odd stuff happened even before then, I think. Does anyone else have similar stories? And why is it seemingly part-time haunted? In my life, I've always had weird paranormal experiences. I've seen and heard things that were very difficult to explain. And I've also experienced these things with other people present, seeing them as well. So I felt these times that I'm not going crazy, and something weird has actually happened. I'm not sure what ghosts are, if they're dead people or something else, but I believe there's something around us that we can't fully sense. Anyway, apart from all the weird shadows, noises, and ghost-like things I've experienced, there's one memory that still keeps me up at night today. 10 years ago, I was about 12, just chilling at home after school. It was summer and sunny outside in the middle of the day. You know, people walking in the streets and just a normal day. I went to take the trash out. I need to explain the scenery a little bit, just to make it clearer how weird this experience was. Our house was on a long road, full of houses on each side of the street. When you walked out the door from our house, you could see clearly to both ends of the street. No trees or any bushes or anything like that to hide behind. Anyway, when I went out to take the trash containers were like 100 meters away down the street. I started walking and I saw a man walking down the street, just about 10 meters next to me. I shit you not, this guy had pure white hair, a very shiny white suit, golden shoes and a golden walking stick, and everything about him was kind of shiny, for lack of a better word. I saw him, thought to myself, oh, a pretty cool suit, kind of weird, and just kept walking. But then it hit me how weirdly out of place he looked, so I took a second look just seconds after the first one, and he's nowhere to be found. Just vanished. Puff. And for a reminder, the street was wide, no trees, no bushes, or no corners to hide behind. Absolutely nowhere to hide in seconds. And he was walking in the middle of the walkway, in the middle of the day. When I realised what I had seen and he had disappeared, I just stood there in awe and freaking out. I went back inside and asked my family if anyone else saw him or had ever seen him in the neighbourhood. Nobody knew what I was talking about, of course, because what the fuck was it? For a better comparison, he looked a lot like Colonel Sanders, but not exactly. The white hair and suit were similar, but the shiny golden shoes and the golden walking cane were very out of place. So my question is, was I just losing my mind? Or what the hell did I exactly see that day? I'd also love to hear if anyone has ever seen a similar apparition or entity, or whatever it was, that walked down the street that day. And after that, I've never seen anything like that in my life ever again. First, let me preface this by saying that I've never felt anything weird here. Nothing malicious, playful, friendly, nothing. It just feels like an apartment. I live alone on the top floor. I also have no adjoining walls with any neighbours. For the past few weeks, I've heard random crashing coming from different areas of my apartment. This always happens at night, but not always when I'm asleep or in bed. I can be watching TV and will hear plates and other glassware rattling in the cupboards. I also don't live near any major roads or train tracks or anything. So these aren't large trucks or trains passing by. Upon investigating the noise, I never see anything there, but sometimes I see that doors or cupboards are opened or closed. Closets and bathroom doors will also open or close on their own as well. Since I live alone, I don't close my bedroom door so that my cat can come and go as he wants. At least once a week, I'll come home from work and my bedroom door will be shut tight. My cat can't move it. I've seen him try. He's also never closed in the room, so I know that it isn't him. I'll be in my computer room, which is my spare bedroom, and leave to get a drink or food or something. When I come back in, the closet will be wide open. The closet is empty, so I have no reason to ever open it myself. Sometimes when I'm in bed, but not always asleep, this can happen if I'm just looking at my phone or something, I feel the pressure on the bed. It feels as if my cat jumped on the bed and is standing at the bottom. The pressure slowly moves up step by step until it's near me and then stops completely. The springs in my mattress compress a bit and squeak slightly when this happens. My cat never reacts to any of this, so it's hard to tell if this is all in my imagination or not. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:12. I heard a young woman shout the word "pack" directly in my ear. It might have been sleep paralysis or something similar, but this time, my cat shot straight up and stared into the darkness. None of this has felt particularly threatening or scary, but it's unnerving to say the least. I've never had experiences in my own home before, so I'm a bit spooked. Any help or similar stories are appreciated. In 1896, local miners discovered gold in the Klondike region of Yukon in northwest Canada. The news hit Seattle and San Francisco, and then a stampede of prospects descended on the area looking for wealth. Over 100,000 people with gold fever rushed into Klondike in only 3 short years. Most of them got a whole bunch of nothing for their trouble. Many places went through drastic changes during that time. A town in Alaska named Skagway saw its population balloon from a few hundred to over 30,000 people. If the name sounds familiar, you may have heard it from The Call of the Wind by Jack London, Will Hobbs's book Jason's Gold by Will Hobbs, Guardian by Joe Haldeman, or even North to Alaska, starring John Wayne. Nearly every building in Skagway has a story to tell and clear links to the Klondike Gold Rush past. One building in particular, the Red Onion Saloon, has an odd history, and visitors claim a resident ghost. It opened for business in 1898 as a dance hall, saloon, and bordello at the height of the gold rush. It was considered Alaska's most exclusive bordello and was even built by planks cut by the founder of Skagway, Captain William Moore. It only operated for 2 years as a prospector's attention moved onto the Nome Gold Rush in 1899. Oh, how fickle those prospectors were. After closing up when the Klondike Gold Rush ended, the building hosted all sorts of businesses. During World War II, it was a barracks for soldiers. Later, it spent time as a laundry business, a bakery, union hall, a television station, and a gift shop. The building was kind of slapped together, and when so many people began to move to Skagway, the owner decided to move it 4 blocks closer to the rail depot to attract more customers. They hoisted it up onto rolling logs and pushed it with a single horse and crew of men. Once the building was placed in a new spot, the team realised they had the whole thing backward. Instead of rolling it down to face the other way, they just sawed off the front and back, switched them, and nailed the whole thing back together. Genius. The cut lines are still visible today. I really do wonder why it was easier to cut the front and back off and swap them, instead of spin the building around, but unfortunately, I couldn't find anything about it. The 2-story building had a saloon and dance hall on the first floor, and the brothel up the stairway to heaven on the second floor. Men would come into the saloon, head over to the bar, and find 10 dolls on display, each representing a woman working at the time. If the doll was lying down, the woman was busy with another customer. If the doll was standing up, then $5 in gold would buy 15 minutes of a time. Interested buyers would select a doll and head upstairs to meet the woman in one of the crib rooms. He'd pay the woman and she'd drop the gold down a copper tube system into a safety deposit box. The whole business was overseen by a madam and a crew of bouncers. Only around 8% of the total population of Klondike during the gold rush were women. In Skagway, there was a high turnover rate of prostitutes, and there were about 300 serving over 15,000 men. Skagway was a lawless town, described as little better than hell on earth by the Northwest Mounted Police. A con artist and gangster named Soapy Smith operated a ring of thieves, a spy network, and a private militia. He also controlled the local newspaper and the Deputy US Marshal's office. As you might imagine, it wasn't really a friendly place for anyone, but especially for women. While some travelled to the area for the work, others found it their only option to make enough to survive, or make enough to get out of Alaska. Each of those crib rooms and Red Onion Saloon's brothel had several doors if the women working needed a quick escape from a bad situation. Today, there's a resident ghost or two who you can hear roaming upstairs, her footsteps falling on the still original hardwood floors. There are conflicting reports and plenty of misinformation about the ghostly activity at Red Onion Saloon, so I've only included things that I've been able to verify in reports directly from current or former employees. Lydia's ghost. A relatively friendly ghost made an appearance to an employee years ago. She showed up as a translucent figure in the corner of her room upstairs. The figure had marks on her face that resembled what untreated syphilis might do. The disease was a considerable risk for sex workers, and the first effective treatment wasn't developed until 1909. Lydia has been known to employees for many years, and staff believe her to be friendly, at least to women. She wanders the building, watering plants, caressing faces, and leaving the scent of freshly cut lilacs behind. The room she appeared in often has mysterious cold spots, and guests continually take photos that show white blurs, orbs, and occasionally even the faint outline of her face. It's unclear precisely how people know her name, but as these things go, the name Lydia has been passed on to new staff throughout the years. As for the cause of her death, the commonly accepted theory is that she contracted syphilis and took her own life by hanging herself. in the corner of the room where she's sometimes seen. Lydia may or not be friendly toward men. There's another ghost in the building that isn't often spoken about, and it may be responsible for the unfriendly interactions with men, and possibly others. John's ghost. Watch out for yourself if you ever find yourself up in Skagway in the Red Onion Saloon. There's a malevolent male ghost that employees called John. He roams the place, causing no end of trouble for the staff and sometimes guests. You'll know he's around if you catch a whiff of horrendous body odour, or if he decides to simply shove you down a flight of stairs. He'll also fling open doors of rooms staff while they're changing. The story among employees is that John is a former bouncer who was stabbed to death by a prostitute, who got fed up with his constant harassment. Today, Red Onion Saloon is a restaurant and museum, complete with guided tours. It's open from about April through September, as the building is not well insulated and quite cold in the winter months. You'll find a collection of bedpans decorating the restaurant's walls and pizza on the menu. There's a good selection of Alaskan beer as well. For a small fee, you can get a quickie tour, or for a bit more, you can go on the Ghost and Good Time Girls walking tour, where you'll wander the streets, back alleys and old red light districts of Skagway, learning about historic characters like Soapy Smith, Skookum Jim and Klondike Kate. Of course, your guide will be a well-dressed and good-humoured madam, and you'll end with champagne and a tour of the brothel museum. I'm really into all things spooky, and was thinking about trying a Ouija board. I wanted to make sure I didn't mess anything up, so I spent the whole day just researching it. That night, when I went to sleep, I woke up at 3 a.m. I woke up at least one time in the middle of the night every night, so I don't think anything of it. But whenever I closed my eyes, I kept having the strangest visualization. As soon as I closed my eyes, it was like I was above my headboard looking down on myself, sleeping. And on the left side of my bed, there were these two shadow-looking people standing over myself in the bed. I immediately opened my eyes and looked, and of course nothing was there. But whenever I closed my eyes, the next couple times it was the same thing. I haven't seen anything like that since that night, but I still remember clearly what the scene was. Is that what astral projection is, or could that just be a dream? The reason it feels like it wasn't a dream was that I immediately saw it once I closed my eyes. Usually it'll be black until I start dreaming, but it didn't feel like a dream. I can tell you that myself in the bed did not see what I was seeing, and did not know they were there. Also, do you think that they were two negative beings coming to me because I'd spent all day surrounding my mind with the paranormal? Or do you think that it was two positive beings kind of trying to warn me not to mess with the board and scared me by accident? I grew up in Detroit. When I was 14, we moved just a few miles away to a larger home in Redford. It was not a super old house. We immediately started hearing things. 90% of it was surrounding my infant sister. There was the time my mother heard her name over the baby monitor and went upstairs to find my sister's face wrapped in blankets, having a hard time breathing. Another time, she heard Mom being yelled behind her and saw my sister climbing a dresser as it was falling on top of her. As she grew older, she started sharing more of her own experiences. She had an imaginary friend named Timmy. She would creepily track his movements with her eyes as he sat down next to you. She told us he died in a fire. She was 3 at the time. She also started being very scared of the second floor that only housed my parents' room in the nursery. There was a man in a hood up there that had no feet and floated in front of my parents' closet. It got so bad that she would sit on the stairs and yell up to my mother as she was wrapping Christmas gifts to make sure she was all right. Not to mention the time my mom fell down the stairs pretty horrifically. Eventually, my parents decided to move and started to take on repairs that they thought would make the house more likely to sell. They tore out the kitchen windows to replace them. There was severe fire damage in the walls. There were vague rumours about the neighbourhood, about a baby who had died in the house, but nothing substantial. My parents went on prepping the house for sale and things got louder. Babies crying, things moving, appliances wigging out in front of realtors, even tripping them after insulting the house. Dishwasher door hitting one in the shins, and screen door slamming back and knocking her off the porch. The last couple of days they lived there, we could hear the baby crying as we were sitting at the kitchen table, discussing the move. I did find a short time later that a young woman who was seeing a man at that address went missing decades ago, and when her body was finally found, she was pregnant. That was creepy with all the baby business. There were a lot of other small stories from that house that I didn't think relevant enough to add. It was just a weird house that made me question things, even though I lived more or less than 3 years of my life. After that, I moved into my great-great-aunt's house and had a few more strange experiences. The event I'm describing happened to me about 30 minutes ago, and my heart is still racing. I was sitting in my car in front of my house. I had just finished a phone call and was just sitting in the car taking a breather before going into the house to get ready for bed. On the left side of my house is a large hedge that runs from the sidewalk along my house to the end of my backyard. Then there is my house, and directly on my right in the driveway. I look to my left and I see what looks like a person standing on the sidewalk behind the hedge. I instantly double take and it's dark, so it's just a black figure. I move my head around and still can't tell if it's a person. The hedge is just thick enough that I can't make it out. I convince myself it's nothing by a lamppost and branches in the hedge making it look like that. The shape never moved. I looked from many angles and it never moved. I let it go and went inside to go to bed. I'm in bed and I look up. There's a black figure in my room. Wow, writing that sentence felt like there was £10,000 being pushed on me. This has taken me nearly 25 minutes to write. My heart keeps racing and typing that sentence. My hands still feel kind of shaky. I don't understand why I feel this way. Someone please tell me what's going on. I put my cell phone light on the figure and there was nothing. I put my light down and it was there again. I immediately put the light on and it has stayed on since. There's nothing against that wall. There are no windows casting a shadow. It's an empty wall. I don't understand. It's not possible for there to be anything there, and it's so close it doesn't make sense. Someone please tell me what's happening to me. What should I do? I just moved in March. The first half of this happened right after or before I moved in. To give some background, I live with my best friend and her family. Me and my best friend's rooms are in the basement. Her family has been here a little over a year. The house is creepy, like it's beautiful but off. So it's on top of a hill with a long, steep driveway. When they bought the house, it had cameras only on the inside, in the hallways, basement living room, kitchen and dining room. Also, my best friend's room has a padlock on the inside. The couple who sold it with everything in it and bought an RV and left. We all thought that seemed a little sketchy. So since night one of them being here, my best friend has heard things at night after 1 a.m. We could clearly hear walking. I would sleep over a lot before the move-in the kitchen. Now you can hear every step a person takes. So if someone had gotten up and went in the kitchen, we'd hear them the whole way. But we'd only hear the walking in the kitchen itself. I was once on FaceTime with her, and the track lighting in her room started turning off one track, then the other, then the third on its own. When I moved in, we decided to try to contact the ghost. We tried to get a Ouija board but couldn't find one, so we decided on trying to use a pendulum to contact the spirit, and it worked. It answered our yes or no questions and told us that there was more than one ghost here. We were speaking to a female, and she doesn't make the noises and didn't die violently. After that, The activity has picked up. We hear more bangs and footsteps. My phone started playing music from an app that wasn't open. I heard a deep breath in my face as I walked into the dark living room. Finally, last night, I heard someone walk from the kitchen where the back door is, through the dining room, then through the living room to the top of the basement stairs, aka the quieter way to take when coming home late. I assumed it was my best friend who was out, but the walking stopped, and she came home this morning. If it was someone in the house, I would have heard them walk both to the kitchen and back, not just back. We think something happened in this house. So a week or so after all this, my best friend was trying to fall asleep, and she heard the distinct sound of her door opening 3 times, and next to her bed, which couldn't make sense. She got up, checked, and laid back down, and then she felt what she describes as one of our cats jumping on her bed, and the pressure of the cat walking around. This is very normal for our cats. Then she started to feel her blanket being pulled off of her and sat up quickly and shined the light on her phone. There was nothing there, not even a cat. Before this, I found a ring on my floor. It's not mine or any of the other females in my house. It literally appeared on my floor when I went to get water. I have no idea where it came from. But I thanked whoever left it for me. I'm thinking possibly the female ghost who actually might be my mother who passed, since she told us she didn't die here or violently. I'm 20 years old now, and I've seen ghosts since I was a kid. The first time that I can remember, I was still in elementary school. At the time, my family lived in a trailer on the outskirts of town. I couldn't have been older than 5th grade, so about 11 years old at the time. My father left me and my one sister home alone that night, while he took my oldest sister to pick up a friend in Ohio. I live in Pennsylvania. Well, the sister that I was home with was asleep in our room, and I was on the couch. I hated sleeping in my bedroom for some reason. How my trailer was set up was you walk into the front door and you're in the kitchen and dining area. Then you step up 2 steps and you're in the living room. Then from the living room, there was just a long hallway that had the bedrooms, the bathroom, and the washer and dryer. Sitting on the couch, you could see all the way down to my dad's room. I looked over from the TV and I saw what appeared to be a leg moving behind one of the hampers, as if it was someone on their back using their legs to help them quickly get up. The rest of the night I was crying because I was so scared. The second time I saw a ghost, I was in 7th grade, about 13 at this point. I was a library aide at my school, which meant that I would run passes, put books away, and make sure that everything was generally straightened up. Well, one day that I was at the library, I was sitting down back in the bookcases to straighten up the bottom shelf. The librarian was on the other side of the room teaching a class, so there's nobody back there with me. I saw someone walk down the aisle next to me, and when I looked, no one was there. That was exciting, but that's that. Now let's come to the present day. I'm a practicing witch at age 20, and I see ghosts constantly. I can even hear them sometimes. Specifically, the ghost of my dead uncle comes to see me a lot. He's a cool dude, to be honest, but the rest of the spirits in my house aren't so cool. The farther down you go in my house, the worse the energy gets. The basement is the worst. My room isn't full of negative energy, thankfully. I live in the attic. My paranormal experience started when I was young. We moved into our current house when I was about 7. I remember being excited to move, and when we pulled up, my excitement changed. Putting on a good face though, I ran in trying to find a room, which was in the basement, which was dark. The whole house was, and still is, dark. My first experience was almost instantly. The first few nights I slept on the sofa in the main room. I always faced the back of the sofa because I remember seeing a little girl peeking out at me from around boxes. She wasn't scary looking, it was just strange. At the time, I didn't understand the paranormal. It wasn't brought up, and we didn't watch any paranormal type shows. So when I saw this girl, I didn't understand what I was seeing. My brother was 1 at the time, and my parents decided that I should sleep in his room, upstairs until they fix up my room in the deep dark basement. At night, you could hear someone walking around the front room, kitchen and hallways. I also remember my brother's baby toys would turn on. My mom would always chop it up to bring the battery almost dying, or a short on it. These things would happen all the time. As I grew older, the activity changed. Both my mum and I got into the paranormal and began sharing some of our experiences. Hearing things, seeing things out the corner of our eyes. We started watching different shows and tried to learn more. When I was about 12, things got a bit intense. One time I was home alone and I could hear a full-on conversation coming from the basement, which I had finally moved down to. I had this MP3 player that could record. I decided to grab it and put it down there. I put the recorder down and walked back upstairs and sat in the kitchen. I could still hear the conversation. I eventually went outside to see if it was a neighbour. Nothing. I even checked all the TVs around the house and they were all off. At some point, I finally went downstairs and grabbed the MP3 player. When I hit the last step and rounded the corner, the voices stopped. I listened back to the recording and there were voices. I went to show my parents the voices when they'd come back home, and the recording was gone. It took multiple steps to delete recordings. One night, my mum and I were watching TV, and in between us, we heard someone say, "Hello?" in a little girl's voice. We immediately jumped up and looked at each other. We went around looking to see if someone was in the house or outside. Nothing. We found nothing. I was playing a video game with a past friend, and I thought my mom entered the room. I looked over thinking I was about to see my mom, but it was a young girl about my age. She had long brown hair and a light blue dress on. I couldn't make out facial features. She turned and ran down the hall towards the stairs. My friend and I went to follow. She wasn't upstairs. I asked my mum if she had just seen this girl, and she looked confused. She hadn't seen anyone. Now, for the biggest event, the one that still causes me anxiety. I was doing an activity in my room, and my stereo turned up. Same MP3 player familiar. Thing had a physical dial that had to be turned. I went up and told my mom. She decided to yell down the stairs into the basement, "If you're down there, turn the radio up." And it went to full blast, MP3 and radio. That night, I was listening to music again and jokingly asked the spirit to turn down the radio. It happened, right in front of my eyes. I decided to read a little before bed. I turned the radio off and was reading in silence. Out of nowhere, I heard this growling, laughing sound coming from the corner of my room. No pets were in my room, just me. I slept in my parents' room for maybe a week. I finally decided I needed to reclaim my room. I brought our family dog in with me. Again, I was reading. I noticed out of the corner of my eye that my dog was tracking something. His body was tense. I looked up and see what he's staring at. In front of us was this black orb. I knew I wasn't crazy because the dog was watching it. It was moving back and forth. Easy to say, I didn't sleep in my room for another week. The activity comes and goes at this point and is mostly limited to noises and bumps in the night. Why did I have so much activity at a young age? I've loved the paranormal ever since 4th grade, and I read Ghosts I Have Been by Richard Peck. I would joke to my now ex-husband that I love ghosts, but I've never seen one. My sister lives in a haunted house, but I'd never experienced one. My son is now into the paranormal, and we have lots of plans to visit haunted hotels together next summer, dragging my daughter along, much against her will. I think, though, we may not have to look much farther than our own house now. I bought this house brand new 2 years ago, this October. We've never had anything crazy going up to the last month. We used to joke that a ghost stole the remote all the time, mainly because it's small and falls into cracks in the sofa all the time. Recently though, things have gone really strange. I'll start with several months ago. I started seeing what looked like a black cat in my peripheral vision. I saw it on the counter, jump from a shelf in my room and out by my car. I figured it was my imagination. I lost a black cat about 12 years ago. I loved her like a child. I bottle fed her from the moment she was born, and she was the first pet I had as an adult. When she died at age 12 of cancer, I was devastated. Last month, I walked downstairs to grab something from the kitchen, while my kids were upstairs in my room watching a movie. As I entered the dark kitchen, there was a bright light shining on the end of my cabinets. There were no lights in my kitchen that shine in that area, and it was so concentrated in one area, it was more like a flashlight. As I entered the kitchen, it blinked out. I was so confused. Here's a list of what has happened since. I was in my laundry room upstairs, and it sounded like someone ran up the stairs, but no one was there. My dog even turned around and stared at the stairs, waiting for someone to show up. Things disappearing and then reappearing a few days later. Right now, it has an affinity to my slippers. Every time I have both slippers together, one of them will disappear again. I was downstairs napping on the couch when I heard my daughter call me Mama. She likes to call me that instead of Mum, and she was out with her father that day. 2 days ago, I walked into the kitchen at night again, and all the lights were off. There was a light glow above my ceiling fan, as if a small flashlight was sitting on the fan. My backyard faces a large open field where a new housing development will be going in, so it's darker than dark when the lights are off, but I could see my fan perfectly. As I entered the room, it blinked out. Finally, as I was in bed trying to sleep last night, I heard heavy footsteps walking down my hallway. I do have several cats, but they couldn't have made that noise. I'm worried that all my wishing for a haunting has brought it here, or maybe it's the construction on the land and it's been drawn to my house. Either way, it seems like it's shy and not particularly interested in being seen. I've kept this all away from my kids and they haven't said anything about anything happening to them. My ex and I have started calling it Lumiere. I've known my buddy Ruben for about 15 years. His family owns an automotive shop at the end of my dad's street, and they live a few blocks away. They have a main house and a small 3-room guest house in the back, where my friend stays. The first strange experience happened one day while we were hanging out watching a Spurs game. In the guest house, there's the main room, which is a kitchen and living area. A small bedroom to the left, which for some reason has a window in the living area. And straight ahead is a small bath and another bedroom. The back bedroom is just used for storage, and I had never been in there. As we sat watching the game, I distinctly heard someone coughing and then muttering something indistinguishable. I turned to Ruben and said, "Was someone just coughing back there?" He said, "Yep." "Who's back there?" I asked. "Nobody." "What the fuck?" So I went back to the room and sure enough, no one was there. There's no other way in or out of the room and it kind of freaked me out. We heard the coughing, voices, and what sounded like someone moving around back there often. He explained to me the house is haunted. They see and hear things regularly. They had a crew of workers doing some remodeling on the front house, and they all walked off the job after seeing something that scared them. Since then, we've witnessed tons of strange goings-on. Many times in the back house, we would see a face peeking out from the interior window that looks into the living area from the bedroom. As soon as you'd acknowledge it, it would duck back. It happened often enough that we would just ignore it. The first time my wife saw it, she jumped and said, "Someone was just looking through the window. Who's back there?" Nobody. I told her the house was haunted, but I guess she thought I was bullshitting her. Several times she had something pull her hair, or would feel something sit down next to her on the couch. For a time, I took up some of the remodeling work of the home as they couldn't find anyone else. I guess the word had gotten out from the previous workers' experiences. I'd work in the day while no one was home, and I'd always feel like there was someone else watching me or standing behind me when no one was there. I'd also witness shadowy figures walk past the doorway quite regularly, and would often see someone standing there in my peripheral vision. And when I'd turn, no one would be there. One day, I was working in the guest house installing a new toilet. The bathroom door swings outward and isn't level, so if the door isn't shut all the way, it'll swing open. I was on my knees installing the water line when the door slammed shut violently with a bang. I leaped up, hit my head on the sink and threw open the door. "Reuben, you bastard," I began, thinking my friend had come home and was trying to scare me. There was no one there. The front door was closed and there was no draft. I called my friend and he was at work, nowhere near the house. Needless to say, I called it a day and went home. We've experienced much more weirdness as well. His brother Joseph took a selfie once to put on a dating website and captured the scariest photo I've ever seen. There's a skeletal creature, very Grim Reaper, standing over his left shoulder, with its hand on his shoulder. You could see it clear as day, including each of its skeletal fingers on his shoulder. No, I do not have a copy of this pic. The family is devout Catholic, and it shook Joseph up so badly, he ended up deleting the photo and refuses to talk about it. We've since moved, and I haven't been to the house in the last couple of years, but I have no doubt the activity continues to this day. I have no evidence for this, just my own eyesight and the words from others. My childhood home was a townhouse, 4 houses linked together in a row, and mine was the last house, Unit D. The story was that the family before us had a father that was violent drunk, and he threw his child against the metal floor door. The door was so badly dented that they had to replace the door. My parents physically saw this door before they replaced it, and they say the dent was horrifying. It was clear to them how much force his father used to throw his child. All we know about the boy was that he landed in the hospital, and the family was evicted. We moved in 2 months after the family was evicted. Fast forward a few months, and everything was fine. No activity whatsoever. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-story townhouse. I had my own bedroom, my parents had their bedroom, and my 2 older brothers shared a bedroom. I was 4, my brother was 6, and my eldest brother was 11. It was very messy, and my parents didn't really discipline us. So when my room became so messy that I couldn't sleep in it, I took the top bunk bed of my brother's room, and they shared the bottom bunk bed. I woke up in the middle of the night once, which wasn't uncommon for me. I sat up and looked over to the door that was usually closed, and saw a little blonde boy with a striped shirt and blue shorts walk in. He asked me if I wanted to play. I thought to myself, maybe I'm dreaming. I'll go back to sleep, and laid back down. I told no one. My brother, 6, usually played hockey in the garage by himself, with the garage door closed when it was dark out. Me and my mom were in the living room, and my eldest brother was at his friend's house. My brother comes trotting in from the garage and asks our mom if he can play hockey with the little boy. My mom looked at him very confused because she knew the garage was closed. She stands up and heads to the garage. What little boy? My brother tells us there's a boy in the garage asking him to play. Our mom opens the door to the garage and there's no boy. She tells him to come back inside and play in the living room. Us being kids, we didn't understand that our mom was becoming worried, and we went back to playing. Fast forward again to about a year into living in the house. Me and my brother would catch glimpses of this boy every now and then, but he had stopped asking us to play. He would just stand in the upstairs hallway or doorways and walk away. Sometimes we'd try to find him, other times we'd go back to what we were doing. We never felt fear, we always felt calm when we saw the boy. My eldest brother and our father, both of whom were always outside the house, never saw anything. Around this time, our mom started fainting a lot. She became very pale and weak. One day, she asked us if we would sit in the bed with her. She told us she had to go into surgery because she was bleeding. She had something wrong with her uterus that made her bleed continuously for 3 months. She lost a lot of blood, and it would kill her if she didn't get the surgery. After a few days, my mom went into surgery, and a family friend took us 3 into their home for about 2 weeks. During this time, my dad stayed at our home. He worked nights and slept during the day. One afternoon, when my dad started to wake, the neighbour in the A unit was speaking loudly in the hallways. My dad's window was open. He overheard the couple trying to find a solution to the little boy they've been seeing walking their upstairs hallway, wearing a striped shirt and blue shorts. My dad, remembering the conversation he had with my mom about the boy, ran downstairs, through the garage to the alleyway, and asked my neighbours if they'd seen the boy. They confirmed that they not only saw the boy, but that he had been asking their son to play. They moved in after we did, so they were not able to confirm or deny if it was the boy that was thrown against the door in our unit. It felt great to know we weren't going crazy, and someone else saw the exact same thing. Just about 2 weeks later, my mom comes home and us children come back too. My neighbour in the C unit greeted us with a special fruit punch she made from scratch. She asked my dad if she could talk to him when my mom was resting. Once my dad came back outside to speak to her, she told him she was sick with terminal cancer and to please check up on her every few days. I'm not entirely sure how the conversation went, but she told my dad she had been seeing strange things in her home. She wouldn't go into details though, according to my dad. She passed away a few months later. About 2 years after my mom's surgery, and nothing significant other than occasionally seeing the boy and making peace with his presence, my mom was healthy enough to get a job as a manager at one of the new townhome properties that was owned by the same company as the one we were living at. My mom says right before we moved, she was in the bathroom and heard a loud growl. She would try to move us out as fast as we could after that. Fast forward to a few years after the move, my mom, now a manager of the sister townhomes, was talking to the manager of the townhomes we used to live in. The manager, we'll call her Tammy, said, "Oh boy, here comes the crazy tenants." My mum asks, "What makes them crazy?" Tammy tells her that they want out of their lease because they think their unit is haunted. My mum's breath was taken away. Let me guess, they live in Unit D. Tammy laughed. "Oh my God, yes. How did you know?" My mum told her that was our unit, and it was definitely haunted. It was the last confirmation we needed to know for sure that it was haunted. It wasn't just us to experience the boy. I've always wanted to go back and do an investigation, but I have to wait until it's vacant. I believe there had to have been a demon invited to the unit, which led to the boy's father being violent, my mum's health decline, the growl before we left, and our neighbour's death from cancer. It's also possible that the boy was a demon in disguise.
So about 3 or 4 years ago, I was sitting in my room playing some Minecraft and having a good time. But then I heard 3 solid knocks on the top of my window. It's important to note that it was the top of the window, because the bottom has screening on it, eliminating any kids from doing this. So I hear 3 knocks like someone was knocking on my door, and I immediately figure it was my brother pranking me. But then, not even a few seconds later, my brother kicks open my door and says stop knocking on his window, meaning both of our windows were knocked on at relatively the same time. So I asked my dad to show us the security footage of the side of our house where my window was located. So we're watching the video, and absolutely nothing happens. No movement, shapes, nothing. So of course I get freaked out, and my dad told me it was the wind or a shovel. Like that made any sense. So I lost a little sleep that night, but pretty soon my brain went past it, and I forgot all about it. Until today. Because today, about 10 minutes ago, I was playing some Fallout in my room when I heard 3 knocks on my door. So I say, "Come in," but nothing happens. So I assume it was the bathroom door, my room is right next to it, and that somebody was taking too long in the shower or whatever. But then 3 or 4 knocks on my door. Not little taps or anything, I'm talking solid knocks as if someone wanted into my room. So again I say, come in, but still nothing. So I get up and go to the door, and I hear another 3 knocks. And I throw open the door, and nothing. Nobody's there. The bathroom door is wide open with the lights off. Nobody in the kitchen, hallway, anything. So I go over and ask my dad in the living room if anybody had been knocking on my door, and he said no. He was in there, my stepmom and sister were outside, and my brother was at his friend's house. So what the hell's knocking on my door? I don't know if I really think it was a ghost, but it certainly was something knocking on my door, and my window. Now, I've had other occurrences like knocks or tapping, but it's all been like house settling or bugs on the window. But these two I can't explain. Do you think it's a ghost? Or am I going a little crazy? My father grew up in a rural town somewhere in Southeast Asia, where houses or huts are usually far away from each other and trees and bushes are abundant. Television and electronic toys were not yet well known in his province at that time, so he and his cousins usually just goof around to pass the time. One of the favourite places they like to frequent is a certain humongous mango tree that resides just roughly 2 or 3 kilometres away from my father's house. The mango tree is as tall as a 5-storey building, has a big hollowed trunk, and has leaves that are so thick, sun rays rarely reach the soil it grows from. Beside the tree is a small bamboo hut. This hut is usually being used by farmers that want to cool down after a long day in the field. Surrounding the said tree are tall stalks of sugarcane, making the spot where the mango tree looks like a lone island, a little patch of earth in a vast green plantation. My father, his sister Anna, and cousins Timothy, Hank, and Patricia came to this mango tree one particular day. They want to play hide and seek, and the place provides some good hiding spots in such a small place. They decided to play there before dawn. They started their game as soon as they arrived at the place. It's after lunch, so the sun is beaming hot, and it's a good time for some hide and seek game. Laughter and shouts filled the air, and they lost track of time. My father's sister, Anna, asks for time out to catch her breath after chasing one of their cousins. All 5 of them decided to take a break and take a rest inside the small bamboo hut. My father remembers that the sun is almost setting at this point. While Hank is taunting Anna for being slow, Timothy suddenly hushes them and tells them to stop talking. My father asked him why, puzzled and curious on how his cousin acted. Timothy just put his index finger on his lips, signalling my father to keep quiet, and then Patricia complained of a foul smell. They can't tell where the smell came from, but it reeks the whole place in an instant, and that's where they heard a sound that my father can only describe as a loud gong. All of them silently crouch in one corner of the hut. They're enveloped in fear they can't identify. Then another bang of a gong, and another, and then another, until it became too loud that they had to cover their ears. Hank peeks through a small slit and quickly covers his mouth to stop himself from screaming. The remaining kids, ever so curious, scramble to see what made Hank react that way. This is how my father described what they saw that afternoon. It was like a parade of demons, he said, and it came out from the large hole of the mango tree beside the hut and went through the tall sugar canes. The parade consists of red carabaos in front, hauling what looks like carriages with big cauldrons. The carabaos have fiery eyes and a nose, bellowing loudly while a tall, red and gaunt-like creature whips its back. The said creature has long horns, almost covering both of its ears. It has an abnormally long torso, bald head and skinny arms. They can't fully see its face as it walks past the hut. Following the cauldron carriages are small red people. They don't look like midgets or dwarfs, he said. They all look normal, except they're tall as 3 feet. Their skin is red, and they have glowing eyes, and all of them are wailing non-stop, louder and louder each time the gong resounds. It's like if the wailing slowly subsides, the gong will be heard, and automatically they'll all scream in unison. Just beside the small people are big red dogs that don't have any fur. They're bigger in size compared to the small red people, in which they're sometimes attacking or barking at. Suddenly, one of the said red dogs ate a small red person. They all saw how it struggled to get out of its fangs, but the dog just shook it violently like a toy. Imagine how dogs play with their toy. This made Patricia cry. Timothy quickly covers her eyes and hugs her tight. After the long line of small red people passed, which my father thought would never end, 4 tall creatures followed, the same as the one with the whip in front. But one of these creatures is not red, but white, and its face doesn't look like the other creatures. This white creature is the one who's holding the gong and hitting it. The other red creatures are holding some kind of pole with a flag on it. I've asked my father what kind of flag. He can't remember it anymore. The parade passed the hut and gradually vanished. The sound of the gong, the smell, and the wailing. Until they can't see or hear it anymore, only darkness and cicadas. All returned to normal, but the group are still afraid to go out and return home. While Timothy and Hank are calming the girls because they're both crying now, my father heard his father calling them from outside. The sound of worry and anger can be heard from his voice. He scolds the kids for staying too late, for it's past 11 p.m. and they haven't returned home. The group told my grandfather what they had witnessed. My grandfather quickly gathered the kids and hurried home. They all washed the kids before letting them inside the house, burned their clothes, and all of my relatives prayed until the morning. They're never allowed to play on the big mango tree again. What really bothers my father to this day is how familiar the white figure looks. It has a long hair and a beard, similar to how we picture the Almighty One. I grew up just a few minutes away from the old Myrtles Plantation. When I was a teenager, we'd sneak out onto the property and drink beer, hiding away from staff and people staying over at the bed and breakfast. The whole area I grew up in, East and West Feliciana parishes in Louisiana, is full of old spots that I've searched and explored way outside of tourist hours. At night, usually while drinking or talking, but in my defense we never hurt anything, we were trying to spook ourselves. Anyway, years and years later, I still live in Louisiana, and now live with my wife and cats in a big old house that dates back to the Civil War. My particular place is known as the most haunted house in my neighborhood. So much so, one of my next door neighbor kids did a paper on my place. She did an incredible amount of research, and it turns out that my house served as a medical facility during the Civil War itself. Aside from general haunted stories that she relayed to me from herself, siblings and neighbours that predated me buying the property a month before Katrina, I had also talked to one previous owner, as well as a guy my age that grew up as a kid here. The previous owner lived here with 2 daughters. He alleges his kids, would see glimpses of things and hear bumps, walking, and what I guess sounds like a typical spooky place. That guy that grew up here I met on an off chance. I was mowing the front yard and he pulled up with his wife to see the house he grew up in. Super nice guy and gal, same industry as me. All 3 of us worked in web dev, and apparently completely sane. Anyway, he asked me if I'd met his aunt, very matter-of-factly. I told him that I bought the house from a guy that bought it after he lived here, assuming his aunt was the owner when he lived here. He quickly told me that no, he was indeed talking about a ghost that used to talk with him and be very visible to him. She passed away here. I'm a skeptic, but I'm addicted to ghost videos and stories. So I live in a place that's allegedly haunted, and since 2005 I've never seen or heard anything I couldn't explain or repeat with very natural and normal causes. From some pipes in this place just being old as sin, to having raccoons invade our attic one winter. From what I can gather, if a place can be haunted, then mine should probably be pretty ripe for the pickings. Is the general consensus no activity equates to no ghosts? Or can I rile them up? My family and I lived in Fort Leavenworth for almost a year, around 2015. When we first moved in around July, nothing felt particularly off, at least to me. Beginning around October one night, my sister woke up screaming bloody murder that somebody yanked her hair from behind her bed. Her headboard has metal bars, so it seems plausible, except that her headboard was pushed tightly against the wall, so nobody could stand behind her to pull her hair. I thought nothing of it. Another morning, I woke up to her crying that there were 1,000,000 dead spiders in our bathtub. I ran into the bathroom with her, and we both saw nothing. They had gone faster than they appeared, so I still thought nothing of it. Another night, she was hanging out in another bedroom that was upstairs. Upstairs was all kids' bedrooms. The first floor had all been torn out and then redone, and had a master bed and bath added there. And the door started shaking in its place like the wind was pulling it, but the window was shut. She insisted that something or someone was doing it and couldn't get out of the room. Once again, I brushed the experience off. The next night, as I was turning off my bedside lamp getting ready for bed, I saw the silhouette of what appeared to be a man in a Civil War uniform. I never saw any colour, it was all black. I could never see his face either. But every night, he would stand at the foot of my bed and watch me sleep. Sometimes I'd wake up and feel his presence by my bedside table, closer to my face. Other nights, I'd experienced sleep paralysis and was tormented by images of him. I never felt like I was meant to be afraid of this man, except during sleep paralysis. Sometimes I wonder if it was the same entity tormenting my sister. And why was she the one to get tormented? If anything, I was the one always talking shit about it around the house before I started seeing him. Then again, maybe it was just to remind me that he's always watching. Once upon a time, I came home from work to an empty house. Empty, except for my 3 dogs who were very excited to see me, and I them. We played fetch, screamed and barked as loud as we wanted. I then let them out to do their business, and to treat them with some pepperonis on their return. We lived in a small house that dated back to the 1950s. This house is shared with my wife, who was at work. The house has a couple rooms and 2 bathrooms. To get to our room, you needed to walk through the bathroom, which would have 2 doors. One to close off the living room, and the other to close off our room. So it was finally time to settle down. 2 of the other dogs found a comfy spot on the couch. The other one chose to follow me. She's a small one, black coat and about 15 pounds. I walked into the bathroom, but she wouldn't follow. She instead laid on the floor and pointed her body toward the living room. Strange, I thought. You want to stay here? That's okay, I said to her as I closed the bathroom door and walked into my room. I got undressed and into some loose gym clothes. I checked my phone that I neglected all day, and when I walked back into the bathroom, and surprisingly, my dog was in there staring at the wall, shivering. She was absolutely terrified. I looked at the door. It was closed shut. How did you get in here? I exclaimed. The only obvious explanation at that time was that she teleported and was terrified of her newfound powers. I was so excited, I picked her up and praised her. Wow, are you my teleporting puppy? That's amazing. This went on for a couple minutes, so I'll spare you those details. I walked back out to the living room to check if my wife was home. Still empty. I snuck out an extra pepperoni for our teleporting pup. She's a special girl. This never happened again. We have had some weird experiences. Bright white figures passing through, objects falling over, doors opening. Nothing we really felt threatened by. Every now and then, I think back and wonder how or what happened that day. What did she experience that shook her? How did she get through the door? I'll never know. And we moved out happily ever after due to a new job, far, far away. Her phone number was put on Angie's list for yard landscaping and yard work. She does signs for people's birthdays. She called them, and they went through the mishap and removed her from Angie's list. The reason the transcript read dead is because there was dead air or dead silence. Not sure where the off Thursday part happened, but it's whatever. The voicemail played music too, and it was the Angie's List hold music. The way that their voicemail is set up plays the music like that, which is weird. Apparently, people use Angie's list a lot for prank calls, or someone prank called her too, and it was confusing. But I'm incredibly glad that we aren't dying. However, I do want to thank everybody for the advice with the dowsing rods, and what to do and what not to do when handling ghost communication equipment. I should be more careful with that weird voicemails or not. This has been crazy, you guys. Glad you're on the journey with me. So on Sunday, I received some dowsing rods, an EMF reader, and a spirit box from my mom. I never really tried to communicate with ghosts until last night, and I only used the dowsing rods and the EMF reader. At one point, once I calibrated the rods to yes and no, I asked if the spirit I was talking to was my dead grandfather, who died last year. The yes rod turned. I'm sure that the way my hands were shaking could have affected the turning of the rods, but as soon as that yes rod turned, my EMF reader went off. I got terrified and put everything down and sat frozen on my bed. The reader went off again, and I hurriedly turned it off and called my sister in to help me. I kept the EMF reader off and continued using the dowsing rods, but got near to no communication with anything. The rod turned once, and only just a little bit. I tried to tell a good welcome that he wished to speak to someone nice, and that we meant no harm and just wanted to communicate. After no response, I finally said goodbye, and that we could try another day, and hopefully they were doing okay. And then I put everything away under my bed. The next day, today, my dad's girlfriend pulled me over and showed me her phone. She gets transcriptions of the voicemails she gets in her email. So she showed me the description and it says, dead, 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 dead. Thursday, off, off. Thursday, dead, dead. Or something like that. But when she played the voicemail that matched it, it sounded nothing like that. She runs a sign business that puts signs up for people's birthdays and other celebrations. So she gets voicemails all the time about her business and people asking if they can get signs for parties. And that's what this voicemail sounded like. But the transcription is what caught all of us off. And scariest of all, tomorrow is Thursday. She planned to work from home just in case, but she has a chiropractor appointment tomorrow, and I'm afraid something might happen on the way there, or on the way back. Are there any reasonable explanations to this, or did I anger something bad? When I was younger, around 6, I got this basic wood dollhouse. It was just a pale brown colour and I loved it. Before getting this dollhouse, I don't remember any paranormal things happening, and if they did, I was too young to realise. After having this dollhouse for around a week or so, stuff started to happen. I would hear this soaring noise outside my window when no one was there. I would hear scratching outside it too. I was terrified of being in my room. One night, I had a strange dream and it involved the dollhouse. Please remember I was still a child. In my dream, I was playing with my dollhouse and my little pony toy. I remember hearing something here in my window, so I glanced over and then went back to my dollhouse. And there was a soaring noise, and my toy was soaring through my dollhouse. And for some reason, I went back to my window and looked out behind my curtain. And I saw him. His eyes were sewn shut. He looked like he was in a hospital robe, and then he smiled. I was so scared, and just writing this, my heart was pounding. It wasn't a friendly smile, it was a dark, twisted smile. He looked dangerous. I often describe him now looking like a patient from an asylum. After that dream, things started getting worse. The soaring noise was happening every day. I didn't want to be in my room at all. I never felt alone. I put my dollhouse in my wardrobe and refused to touch it. I think it only made things worse. He always seemed to be outside my window, but after putting it away, it seemed like he was in the house. I started hearing footsteps outside my bedroom door when everyone was asleep, and someone would always call my name in the middle of the night from the kitchen. Then something was in my room. I would hear breathing, and my room was always cold. When I was 11, something happened that I didn't know could. I was awake around 2 or 3 a.m. reading when I felt like something punched me in the face. I got a bloody nose and woke up my mum, only for her to tell me that something fell on me and I was more than likely asleep having a dream when it happened. I didn't believe it. Something was causing me physical harm and it was in my room. My cats would freak out in the middle of the night and leave my room. My corner unit in my room thuds and creaks at night, but never during the day. This has been happening for years, and recently I've been punched by something again. It seems more aggressive since I threw out my dollhouse, as I thought it would leave me alone. The last few nights, I hear something step on the creaky floorboard outside of my room, but a reflection on my desktop shows nothing. I'm seriously scared that I'm being haunted by that man in my dream 12 years ago, but maybe I'm just overreacting, and it's my imagination. I need help. Do you think I'm being haunted? If so, what could it be? Is there anything I can do? It doesn't seem to happen to anyone else in my family. Only me. Everything I'm going to tell is true. For a bit of backstory, I was born in the late 90s in Tahiti, French Polynesia. My parents moved there before I was born. This story is about my mom, who had bipolar disorder. This is a state I'd always known my mom, taking medicine and being hospitalized. I've only learned the reasons behind her hospitalizations after she passed away. She was very depressed, had a traumatic life as a child and teen. Everything to make you ill. My mom took her life when I was 13. We went in the same country. I was still in Tahiti with my dad, and she was in France to seek better treatments. Obviously, it wasn't expected, at least not to me, not being aware that her illness put thoughts in her mind. I don't recall everything like clear water, I believe because it's seen as a trauma by my brain, so all the time around that event is blurry. But this is carved into my bones. I believe it happened a few weeks after my mom passed away. You need to know that I hadn't seen her for 4 months when she passed. We would see each other once a year in the summer. Anyway, that day my dad asked me to go buy some groceries. The grocery store was only 10 minutes by foot, so it wasn't dangerous for a 13-year-old to go by themselves. It was the middle of the day, lots of cars on the road, nothing out of the ordinary. I was walking on the sidewalk minding my business. I looked up, and there she was. My mom passed away weeks ago. I felt terrified, like I could remember chills all over my body. I was petrified. To this day, I can't understand how I could have been afraid, because I believe seeing someone you love should make you excited. But it wasn't my mom from months before, ill and sick. She was young, energetic, a 20-something-year-old. I think she was 100 or 200 meters ahead of me, and she was walking towards me. I remember feeling afraid that she would talk to me and tell me she was back and other things. Now, I think I was afraid because, even though I didn't know that yet, because children don't think about that, I knew that wherever she was so much better than before, and this was the only way for her to stop hurting. Yet I was so afraid, we crossed on the sidewalk. She didn't stop. I didn't stop. I started running to the grocery store. I don't think I'd told my dad about it for years. December of this year will mark 10 years without her. I've never seen her again, nor dreamt about her since her death. 6 years ago, I spoke to a medium who told me she was so much better, and that she had the appearance of a young and bright woman in her early 20s. When I was very young, I used to visit my aunt and uncle who had this big holiday house by a lake in a forest. In the story, I was around 10 years old. The day before it happened, I was very active, running and swimming, etc. Because of that, I went to bed very early and woke up the next day around 4 or 5 a.m. I remember being very thirsty, so I was looking for something to drink in my room, but I couldn't find anything, so I decided to go downstairs to the kitchen. When I left the room, my aunt's dog came to me, and I played with it for a minute or two before going downstairs. As I was going down the stairs, I could see that it was still pretty dark, but you could already see small traces of light, so it was possible to see without any lights being on. The dog was walking with me on my left. In front of me and to my left, there was a large living room. On the right side of the wall, to my left across the living room, there was a kitchen. And on the left side of that wall, there was a corridor with the main door at the end of it, a storage room on the left, and a bathroom on the right. As I was in the middle of the stairs, the dog started growling towards the corridor to my left, which was across the living room. I turned my head as well and saw a pitch black humanoid shape. There was no face or any details like skin or clothing. It was a pitch black shape of a human facing me. It looked masculine. The dog was growling and slightly barking at it. I was shocked, so I just stared at it without moving. After a moment, the shape turned to its right and walked into the storage room. I didn't know what to do, so at first, I ran upstairs and wanted to start waking everyone up. But for whatever reason, I didn't do that. And instead, I decided to turn every single light on in the whole house, starting from the staircase light. At that age, I believed that the lights would somehow protect me. I kept turning every light on as I was approaching the storage room, and of course, I had the dog with me too. Upon finally reaching the storage room, I looked inside, but there was nobody inside. Naturally, I ran upstairs and woke my mom and my aunt and told them everything. Of course, I was told that it was nothing but a dream or hallucination, and I probably would have believed that if it wasn't for the dog which was growling and barking at it. The next part is something that my brother told me about 15 years later, after I told him about the shadow person story. My brother, who was much older than me, was also there that summer, but he was sleeping in a guest house. Later, during that morning around 8, when everybody was already outside, he was eating breakfast in the kitchen of the main house. He told me that when he was there alone, he felt that he was only able to describe as something bad or evil, and his vision had disappeared for about 5 seconds. He was only able to see black. When he regained his vision, the bad feeling disappeared. He apparently even went to a doctor, but there was absolutely nothing wrong with his eyes. This was my only paranormal experience, and if it wasn't for the dog and my brother, I probably would have believed that it was nothing more than my imagination. This started when I was making cereal at 20 past 10, about 7 years ago. I was watching YouTube as usual and was ready to settle down for the night. Just as I finished making my cereal, I grabbed the bowl and turned around towards my living room. Then for a literal half second, there was a girl all black and white, standing around 2 feet away from me, looking at me and laughing. She disappeared after a split second, but her laugh echoed in my head. I was shocked, but I just stood there smiling like an idiot. After about half a minute, I went to get my cereal and continued watching YouTube. I never was truly scared of things like this, and she didn't give me a malevolent vibe. Cut to 2 weeks later, where again, it's 20 past 10. I'm watching YouTube and want to make some cereal. Yes, I love cereal. I put the spoon in the bowl and went to grab the milk. On the way back with the milk, I saw my spoon spinning around the bowl. I knew it wasn't moving when I left it there, so it was quite the surprise. I went to grab the bowl and it stopped on my way there. That was the last I've seen or heard from that girl, but there's more to the story. About 5 years before this all happened, 12 years ago now, my family was renovating the house and we finally got to the kitchen. They wanted to install new cupboards and a new countertop, so the old ones had to be removed. Upon removal of the old cupboards, revealed a drawing on the wall in red and yellow crayon of a little girl with the date 1963. When I looked at it, it was like it was attracting me towards it, almost mesmerizing, but I paid little mind to it as I thought it was insignificant. Knowing all of the events that happen now, it's easy to connect the dots. Some spooky shit had been going on prior, but nothing that screamed ghost. Just some odd metallic bangs, weird static on the radio, stuff that sounded like footsteps far away, that type of shit. So about 3 years ago, I called the non-emergency hotline because I thought I heard somebody fucking with the doors and footsteps, and I was there alone. So if I got jumped or some shit, somebody would know. After I checked that side of the mall and didn't find anyone inside or outside, I was like, okay, they probably left, and ended the call. About 30 minutes later, as I was finishing checking the doors, the intercom started blaring static. But one speaker at a time, and in a way that it was getting closer. I thought, fucking weird, and dipped into an employee area to finish my checks. And when I was maybe 12 feet from the door, I heard footsteps, like somebody running towards me. Boots on concrete, 100%. I hauled ass out the door and called the PD, because I deadass thought somebody was after me. Like full run for your life type shit. They searched the place, and when I was in the mall after, they searched the place. An officer dipped into the same hallway, and similar shit happened. Their radio started blasting static, and the cop that was in their hallway got spooked by footsteps too. And they searched the immediate area again, so I know I'm not crazy. They didn't find anything, so I don't know what the fuck it is, other than it to be a ghost. I know there used to be an overnight shift, about a year or 2 years ago. I know something happened on that shift. I also know a few days later there was no overnight shift and no more outdoor patrols anymore. The only one who was in security or management at the time, a rookie at the time, is now my supervisor and refuses to talk about it. How the fuck do I pacify, placate, or otherwise deal with the ghost in a mall? Well, I moved into the home in late 2012. It was very, very secluded, and on the driveway is like a mile long all dirt, on top of a heavy forested and fairly steep hill. It was built by a guy who was some sort of contractor who worked on houses. He had one of his former employees and that person's family squat in the house for a few years before they were found and removed. They reported seeing shadow people and having entities attack their animals. They stayed in an abandoned trailer that was left on the property at one point because of the intense paranormal activity. The guy who built the house died, and the squatters happened in the span of a few years before I moved in. The guy who built the house built a massive 3-story garage illegally and lied about the garage's size to the town. The house itself was fairly large and 2 stories, with 5 bedrooms, some of them huge, and 2 full bathrooms. I felt a strange presence from the beginning. The months went on, and I started to feel uncontrollably dark and depressive, and sometimes angry. It's important to note my family had a lot of issues at the time, and they were fairly emotionally abusive. Within the first year or two, my father saw a 7 to 9 foot tall black-robed figure standing in front of the garage staring at him. It had no visible face or body. I believe he saw it on other occasions, but he has severe memory issues, and he probably has fairly severe untreated autism or something. I had an instance where I was outside on the back deck, and I suddenly felt like a massive amount of people, like an audience, was watching me from behind. I turned around and there was a swarm of lights right in front of me that suddenly disappeared after a few seconds. Like a swarm of them. Within 4 years, my father started dating. Him and his girlfriend saw a weird grey mist appear in front of them, and they saw it twice in a row. I believe that she saw other things, but my father doesn't remember, and it's lost to me. My father also complained that shadow people were crawling on his ceiling at night, and a figure that looked like me entered his room one night and was imitating me, but he could sense it wasn't me. I also could tell when I was sleeping on probably dozens of occasions. I could tell I was levitating in my sleep, and I woke up from falling. Not like I was falling in a dream and woke up, like literally I was sound asleep, and I woke up from crashing into my bed. The dogs also on occasion would violently start barking at something outside at night. Another instance, I came home from school and the TV in the living room looked like the inner part of the screen had been smashed. But the outside of the screen was fine, and it ruined the picture on it. About 4 years in, I had poor mental health, and I honestly think I was half possessed most days. I had a dream where I think I was looking at early humans through the eyes of a demon, like the demon made me in their mind. I remember the feeling vividly, and it just wasn't me in the dream. I was literally looking through something else's eyes. I also had another dream at like 5 years, in which I thought I was awake in my bed at 8 in the morning, and my father opened the door and was staring at me smiling, but it wasn't him. It had red eyes. Then I woke up actually staring at the door. I moved out of that house in 2018. This year, I started talking to my father again. A few months ago, he had spirits walking around the house at night, with them being the most powerful at 3 in the morning. One of them would breathe on his neck while he was asleep, and it would feel like fire. He got it to stop using sage, and I was also praying a lot. I was there last weekend or the weekend before, and weird ass shit kept happening with the power going out and radios turning on and off on their own. The car radio turned on when my father's car was off. The worst thing that happened recently was the wolf attacking the dog, causing him to die from stress. After my father got home from the vet, the tools in his tool bag were laid out, like someone arranged them when the tools were all inside the bag. Plus, there was a weird dream recently. Part of it may be my mother, because she was emotionally disturbed, and she had really shitty, crazy-ass friends. One in particular, who got her into witchcraft, essentially. She was kind of a shitty person, so she may be haunting me, I don't know. But it seems like there are other spirits or demons or whatever at the house. One time, some spirits said there was a portal from an underground stream that runs under the house, and the house is on former Native American land.